Hi there, and welcome to the Understudy. Today I will read Freeing the Natural Voice by Kristin Linklater, and I will be reading this for my own educational purposes, but I'm very happy that you're here to join me. I will not edit these audio recordings as I go. Today I will read Part 1, The Touch of Sound. The first 4 weeks of work, physical awareness, relaxation, and freeing. The exercises throughout are presented with a timetable that suggests the length of time necessary to learn each new exercise, the amount of time it takes to practice the exercise, and the amount of time it may take to cover all the exercises. These are suggestions only. Each student or teacher will work at their own pace. The serious student may expect permanent vocal improvement after 6 months to a year of work. Audio examples for many of the voices exercises throughout this book can be heard online at www.linklatervoice.com. Workday One. Physical awareness, the spine, the support of natural breathing, a tree. Prepare to work for 1 hour. The first step toward freeing the natural voice is to develop an ability to perceive habits and register new experiences. Such an ability must be both mental and physical, and the perception must eventually be refined to extreme subtlety in order to observe the minutiae of neuromuscular behavior that serve the need to communicate. It is fruitless to expect such subtlety when you begin to work, since few people have an immediate capacity for fine psychophysical awareness. You must take careful, graded steps to arrive at the state that you can trust to feed back reliable information. We will begin with relatively large, simple images and exercises before progressing toward the subtle economy in which the natural voice works best. The first exercise will be useless if you read quickly through the instructions and realize that the resultant movements are to stretch and drop the spine down. It is a familiar exercise, and it can be done quite mechanically, achieving some superficial release through the large external muscles of the body. But it is the process by which the stretching and dropping down are arrived at that constitutes the exercise. It is generally true in all the exercises that follow that it is not what you are doing that is important, but how you are doing it. The conscious mind has an alarmingly capacity for subverting new experiences, either confusing them with things that are familiar and safe, or leaping ahead to the results and bypassing the process. For instance, to greet the sense of deep relaxation with the comment, "This is how I feel just before I go to sleep at night," reinforces the familiar equation of sleep and relaxation, successfully precluding a new possibility, that of relaxation generating energy. The overall aim of the work on the spine is to develop physical awareness through specific relaxation. As knots of tension undo, they release trapped energy into the body, creating a lively state of awareness and potential mobility. More specifically, you will find that the efficiency of the vocal apparatus depends on the alignment of the body and the economy with which it functions. When the spine is out of alignment, its ability to support the body is diminished, and muscles intended for other uses must provide that support. If the lower spine is weak, the abdominal muscle supply substitutes strength for the torso. If the abdominal muscles are employed in holding up the body, they are not free to respond to breathing needs. Similarly, if the upper part of the spine abandons its job of carrying the rib cage and shoulder girdle, the rib muscles may take on the responsibility of holding the chest high, in which case they are unavailable for intercostal breathing. Finally, when the vertebrae of the neck are not well aligned, the whole channel through which the voice travels is distorted. With a weak neck, the jaw muscles, tongue muscles, laryngeal muscles, even lips and eyebrows become supporters of the head, leaving little chance for a free passage for sound. A strong, flexible, and well-aligned spine, then, is the essential starting point for a free breathing and a free voice. Moshe Feldenkrais, whose work on the psychophysical re-education has become part of many actor training programs, says in his invaluable book, Awareness Through Movement, any posture is acceptable in itself as long as it does not conflict with the law of nature, which is that the skeletal structure should counteract the pull of gravity, leaving the muscles free for movement. The nervous system and the frame develop together under the influence of gravity in such a way that the skeleton will hold up the body without expending energy despite the pull of gravity. If, on the other hand, the muscles have to carry out the job of the skeleton, not only do they use energy needlessly, but they are prevented from carrying out their main function of changing the position of the body, that is, of movement. The first step, then, in freeing the voice is getting acquainted with your spine and your skeleton. The more you can imagine the following movements in terms of the skeleton, the more economically the muscles will work. Talk to your bones. Much of this work asks you to close your eyes as you clarify the picture of your inner workings of your body. When this is the case, I suggest that you tape your instructions and play them as your guide. Otherwise, read ahead and memorize the instructions. Step 1. Stand easily with your feet 6 to 8 inches apart. Be aware of your weight evenly distributed over both feet. Be aware that the weight of your body is balanced equally between the balls of your feet and your heels. In your mind's eye, picture the bones of your feet. Picture the shin bones growing up from your ankle joints. Picture your thigh bones growing up from your knee joints. Picture your hip joints and the pelvic girdle. See the sacrum, the large bone in the middle of the back of the pelvis, at the base of your spine. Picture your spine growing up from the sacrum through the small of your back, then up between your shoulder blades, with the rib cage floating around it and the shoulder girdle on top. Feel your arms hanging from the shoulder sockets. Picture your upper arm bones, elbow joints, forearms, wrist joints, and bones of your hands and fingers. Let your mind's eye flow back through your arms and into your neck. Picture your neck vertebrae going up into the skull. Picture the topmost vertebrae on a level with your ears and your nose. Picture your skull floating, like a balloon, off the top of the spine. Step 2. Focus your attention on your elbow joints. Rotate them forward and let them float gently up in the front of your body toward the ceiling. This should involve your upper arms only. The shoulder muscles stay relaxed, the forearm muscles are relaxed, the hands hang loosely. Focus your attention on your wrists and let them float toward the ceiling. Leave your hands hanging. Focus your attention on your fingertips and let them float to the ceiling. Imagine that someone is pulling you up a little by your fingertips and allow your ribs to be stretched from above, up out of your waist. Leave your pelvic girdle, legs, and feet out of the stretch. Now, do one thing and one thing only. Allow your hands to relax until they hang from your wrists. Register the contrasting sensation in your hands and in your arms. Label the sensation in your hands, relaxation, and the sensation in your arms, tension. Now let your forearms relax until they hang loose from your elbows. Register the contrasting sensation in your forearms and hands and in your upper arms and shoulders. Label the sensation in your forearms and hands as relaxation and the sensation in your upper arms as tension. Now, let your upper arms drop heavily and hang loosely from your shoulders. Register the weight of your arms, the blood running back into your hands, and the change in temperature. Label the sensation in your arms relaxation. Feel the force of gravity adding weight to your arms. Now let the weight of your head drop heavily forward so that your head and neck hang off the top of your torso. Feel the weight of your head dragging on the big vertebrae that connects the neck spine to the body spine, sometimes called the bull vertebrae. Gradually give in to the weight of your head, allowing the bull vertebrae to drag the shoulder girdle with it. Then let the weight of your head, shoulders, and arms draw the spine slowly down toward the ground, giving in to gravity, vertebrae by vertebrae, through the rib cage to the small of your back. Try to picture the vertebrae one by one. Let your knees relax so that your weight remains over the middle of your feet. Check that you do not rock back on your heels or forward on your toes. Check that your knees do not lock. When the weight is too much to support, release the lower spine quickly and hang upside down. Picture your torso hanging from your tailbone, giving in to the force of gravity. Breathe easily. You are doing this to relax all the torso muscles, shoulder muscles, neck muscles, head, and arms. If your legs begin to hurt in this unaccustomed position, run your hands up the backs of your calves and thighs several times from ankles to buttocks, stroking away excess tension. Now focus your attention on your tailbone and, from there, begin to build your spine up again, vertebrae by vertebrae, as though building a castle of nursery blocks one on top of the other. Talk to your bones. See your skeleton. Do not use your stomach muscles. Leave them hanging loose. Breathe. Relax your shoulder muscles. Do not suddenly straighten your knees. Let them gradually straighten without stiffening as your balance shifts. Find the vertebrae that carry your rib cage and build them up from the small of your back to the bull vertebrae. You are now an upright, headless torso. Picture your neck spine hanging forward at a right angle to your body spine. Focus on the top 7 vertebrae that make up the neck and gradually bring them back up until they are in alignment with the rest of your spine. Be aware that your head is floating up as a result of your neck coming up. You do not need to lift your head. Step 3. With your eyes closed, run your mind's eye down from your head and to your feet and let it travel up from your feet, up through your legs, to your torso. Consciously relax any muscles that begin to tighten in the stomach, buttocks, shoulders, or neck. You are actively transferring the energy needed to remain upright from the large external muscles of the body to an internal picture of the spine constantly growing upward against the force of gravity. Think of the spine as a stream of upward moving energy that is fueled by the mind. It is as though the spine were a tree, growing up from roots in the sacrum, the legs, and the feet, with its branches springing out to become the rib cage. Be aware of the shape your body cuts in the air. Be aware of the feeling of air touching your skin. Open your eyes and walk around the room, noticing that it is your skeleton that is walking. Stand still again. Closing your eyes, turn your attention inward and become aware of your body from the inside. Spread the relaxation from outside muscles to inside muscles. With your body-mind's eye, look at your face from inside and relax the face muscles. Look down through your throat, seeing it as an empty, open column. Look down through the lungs inside your rib cage. See the diaphragm as the floor to the lungs and the ceiling to the stomach. Look down from the diaphragm to the pelvic floor and on down through your legs to where your feet are planted on the floor. Let your body-mind's eye travel once more from the bones of your feet up through the skeleton to your skull and then back to your spine. Stand quietly for 1 or 2 minutes, being aware of your spine supporting the skeleton that floats between your skull and the bones of your feet while the muscles and flesh of your body hang loosely on your bones. Stretch, yawn, open your eyes, and shake your body all over. This exercise is the first in a long series designed to transfer the message system that run from brain to body, from large external muscles to fine internal ones. The natural voice is run on the involuntary nervous system through involuntary musculature. Taking a simplified look at the muscle systems of the body, we can see them organized into 2 or 5 layers, ranging from the large outside muscles that we can consciously control to the innermost layer of muscles contiguous with the skeleton, which are under the control of the involuntary nervous system. The innermost layer of muscles may be pictured closest to the bones and the organs. These muscles are not under voluntary control. They are proprioceptive muscles. They see themselves, and they operate under their own perception. They can, however, be influenced through imagery and emotion. Commentary. The best actors, and perhaps this can be said for the performing artists in general, musicians, dancers, singers, are relaxed in performance. That is, they have no extraneous tension. Their muscles are ready to receive the impulses necessary to fulfill action and will triple with energies in the service of particular stimuli. When the impulse has been expressed, the muscles release and ready themselves for the next job. Tense, muscular performances may generate external excitement but seldom arouse profound emotional response in an audience. Maximum effect with minimum effort is the hallmark of great art. Great art is rooted in truth. Minimum efforts demand a commitment to inner processes of imagination and emotion that stimulate the body and voice to truthful expression from the inside out. The body and voice will reveal large and small truths most authentically with a certain effortless ease, even in extremity. In order to develop a voice that will create maximum effect with minimum effort and therefore be truthful, actors must exercise the vocal musculature in a way that conditions the voice to responding to imaginative and emotional stimulus. In the preceding and subsequent exercises, we are beginning to do just that. Very simply, we are beginning to replace an unconscious and inaccurate picture of how the voice works with a conscious one that is both anatomically more accurate and economical and is trained to respond to thought-feeling impulses. Step 4. In this step, you will be asked to re-enter the experience of Step 3, but to make new observations. It is good to do this sequence with your eyes closed. So if you're working on your own, read or recording the following instructions before starting. Standing easily, with a sense of your spine moving up to support your torso, close your eyes again. With the purpose of relaxing the inner muscles of your body, allow your body-mind's eye to travel from the inside to the top of your skull down the inside of your face, relaxing the outer mask that your face muscles present to the world. Down through your throat, down through your chest. Notice the tiny, inevitable moments of your breathing as you move your mind down into your stomach, down through your intestines and lower stomach into the pelvic floor. Undo any tension that you are holding inside. Maintain a clear image of your spine moving upward as you relax the muscles around it, or you will collapse. Allow the whole of the inside of the torso to be available to the movement of your breath. Observe the reaction of the inside of your body to the involuntary movements of your breathing apparatus. Then, deep inside, feel the need to yawn and stretch. Slowly, luxuriously yield to that need. Yawn, stretch, and shake out your body as though you just got up in the morning, or as a dog yawns, stretches, and shakes its skin back into place. Register how your body feels. Register how you feel. In the course of these initial exercises, you will have made conscious decisions about how your physical energy is to be deployed. If you have followed the process in detail, both mentally and physically, you will have momentarily dislodged a few habitual muscle responses. You should have experienced the contrasting sensations of relaxation and tension in the parts of your body that are relatively easy to contact. This experience is the basis for developing the ability to notice tensions in more inaccessible parts of the body, such as the back of the tongue, the center of the diaphragm, and the upper lip, and to be able to release them. The ability to relax must be cultivated slowly and with specific intent, otherwise it can degenerate into the state of general collapse with Jerzy Grotowski's rightly disparaged. One cannot be completely relaxed as is taught in many theater schools, for he who is totally relaxed is nothing more than a wet rag. There is, however, a vital difference between relaxing for the sake of relaxation, which inevitably includes mental collapse, and relaxing in order to accomplish something. Our aim is to remove unnecessary habitual tensions so that the muscles are free to respond to impulse without the short-circuiting created by habit. Practice. Stretch and relax your spine every morning for the next 2 or 3 days. Be aware of the preceding details and become aware of your skeletal behavior and the contrasting tension and relaxation you feel throughout the day. Workday 2. Breathing awareness. Freeing the breath, the source of sound, the air. Prepare to work for 45 minutes to 1 hour. You cannot live without breathing, without air. Your breath is the source of your life as well as the source of your vocal sound. Your breathing habits have developed as you developed into the character you are now. The profound goal of the serious actor is to transform into other characters in performance. This entails transforming ways of behaving, ways of thinking, ways of feeling, ways of breathing that are true to the behavior, thoughts, feelings, and breathing of the character you are creating. As long as the actor's breathing patterns are inflexibly held in habitual muscle usage, the hoped-for transition will only be skin deep. To enter and live the life of a different character, one must be able to let go of deeply ingrained breathing patterns and temporarily allow the new behavior from the psyche of the character one is playing to govern the breathing musculature. The events that happen to the dramatic character must be experienced in the breathing process that if that character is to be believed as and their own voice to be authentic. What follows is a guide to the psychophysical geography of breathing. You will not find rules for correct breathing. There is no one way to breathe that is correct for all purposes. Breathing can be organized to support differing demands. The demands made on a swimmer's lungs are different from those made on the lungs of an opera singer or a yoga devotee. The breathing processes developed by swimmers, opera singers, and yoga practitioners are of no use to the actor. I realize that this may initially seem a controversial idea, but you do not have to believe me in order to continue. I would like you, however, to think about purpose as you explore your breathing. The purposes of opera singing, professional swimming, or serious yoga practice demand the development of breathing control, partly so that random impulses, particularly random emotional impulses, do not upset the necessary breathing rhythms determined by the activity at hand. The purpose of acting requires the consciously crafted pursuit of spontaneity. The actor's breathing musculature must be able to pick up rapidly shifting thoughts and feelings engendered by an imaginatively created state of being. For the actor who values truthful expression, breathing control must be diverted from muscle to impulse. The ultimate controls are imagination and emotion. The next steps should be undertaken in an open-minded state to pleasurable expectation. Take each step slowly, for its own sake, and allow yourself to be entertained by your experience. Do not be goal-oriented. Having reached a state of some awareness and relaxation through an initial exploration of the spine, you are now ready to begin to explore the breathing process. The complexities of the breathing machinery are such that it is wise not to jump to any conclusions about how it works at this juncture. Instead, begin to develop the ability to observe without controlling. The aim is to remove habitual muscular controls and allow your involuntary processes to take over. It is quite possible for the conscious mind to become aware of the function of the involuntary nervous system without interfering, but it may be an unfamiliar activity. The tendency may be to observe correctly that when you breathe in, your stomach moves out, and when you breathe out, your stomach goes in, and to use that observation to start controlling your breath with your stomach muscles. You might start to pull your stomach in, which blows the breath out, and push your stomach out, which draws the breath in. This is a misuse of perception. The involuntary breathing muscles are subtle, complex, powerful, and deep inside your body. Any voluntary controls that you apply will involve muscles that are large, clumsy, external, and at several removes from the lungs. Conscious control of the breath will destroy its sensitivity to changing inner states and severely curtail the reflex connection between breathing and emotional impulse. It is worth repeating here that the warning that you cannot imitate a reflex action. Natural breathing is reflexive, and to restore its reflective potential, the only work you can do is to remove restrictive tensions and provide a diversity of stimuli. These stimuli can provoke subtler, deeper, and eventually stronger reflex actions that are normally exercised in your habit-run daily lives. Your breathing muscles will soon become responsive to instruments of the art of speaking. It is a good idea to start the observation of your breathing in a standing position so that later you may benefit by contrasting this observation with that of sitting or lying down. Step 1. Repeat the physical awareness by exercises. Rediscover the tree that supports you, its roots and branches. Step 2. Stand easily with a long spine and relaxed muscles and allow your awareness to move inward and down so that your focus rests deep inside the center of your body. Tune in to the small movements that are happening as breath enters and leaves your body. Allow your involuntary breathing rhythm to tell you what it is. Let your breath tell you what it wants from you. The breath that keeps you alive from one moment to the next. The breaths that keep you alive from one moment to the next. In, out, are small. Consciously, all you can do is to keep releasing tension from your stomach area, your shoulders, and lower belly. Be aware of the breath moving your body rather than your body moving the breath. Remember that your natural breathing rhythm may not be your familiar breathing rhythm. Explore the following descriptions of the breathing process. The outgoing breath is complete inner relaxation. The incoming breath will happen automatically if you wait. Step 3. Let the breath release out of you. Wait, but don't hold your muscles until you feel the need for a new breath. Yield to the need. Let the breath be replaced. Do not actively breathe in. Let the breath release again. Relax into a small internal pause. As soon as you feel, deep inside, the tiny impulse of need, give into it and allow the new breath in. Repeat the mental processes of step 3, observing but not controlling the reflex actions deep inside your body. Let the breath release out. Wait without holding your breath. Allow the breath back in. Immediately let the breath out. Wait with your muscles completely relaxed. Allow the breath in. Immediately release the breath out. Wait. Allow the breath in, etc. Continue with this observation for 2 or 3 minutes. Commentary. On a tiny scale, these breaths are very central and are sufficient to keep you alive from one moment to the next. The more relaxed you are, the smaller the exchange of oxygen necessary to sustain you. It is worth noting that in deep meditation, Breathing slows down radically and sometimes is barely perceptible. Anxiety and tension either speed up the breathing rate or slow it down laboriously, or dictate a longer, heavier exchange. Every day, relaxed, normal breathing has a more or less universal rhythm and universal pace. That is, everyone breathes in almost the same rhythm, and everyone else, once habitual tensions have dissolved and involuntary processes are re-established. One outgoing breath to the next takes about 4 seconds. Of course, the basic rhythm is there only to be disturbed by changing needs, so that you will probably find that after observing your natural rhythm of breathing for a minute or two, you will be taken by an irresistible need to sigh or yawn, which will radically alter the rhythm. But it is extremely important to be able to return at will to your relaxed, natural breathing rhythm in full awareness. The rhythms of breathing when we are asleep are not a reliable guide to relaxed breathing. Not only are breathing muscles responding to a slowed down metabolism, but if you observe the breathing of an adult asleep, you will probably notice irregular rhythms that reflect the stress we often process when we sleep. A baby's breathing, on the other hand, can teach us a lot. Step 4. Continue the breathing awareness from Step 3, adding an awareness of whether you are breathing through your mouth or your nose. If through the latter, let your mouth drop open so that you are breathing through your mouth, not through your nose. Don't open wide, just open enough to allow the breath to pass through. If your mouth is relaxed, the outgoing breath should automatically arrive in a small somewhere between the top teeth and the lower lip or directly between the two lips. Lick your lips and feel the cool incoming air passing over them and feel the warmth of the outgoing air. The warmth outgoing breath will pass through your wet lips, forming a loose Don't make an sound. Let the sound be the natural byproduct of release of breath and relaxed position of the mouth. Depending on the individual mouth, the f may occur between the two lips or the top teeth and lower lip. The important point is that the small f you begin to program your breath to release from the center of your body to pass through the front of your mouth, which is what happens with a free sound. All breathing awareness exercises are blueprints for sound. It is essential, therefore, that all breathing exercises should be done with the mouth open, as it is when speaking. In repose, or when walking in the street, it is aesthetically and hygienically practical to breathe through the nose, which serves to clean, filter, and moisten the air on its long, relatively slow passage to the lungs. For speaking, the breath must be able to respond quickly to a fast-changing impulses, and a direct, open passage through the mouth is clearly needed. If you open your mouth too wide, however, the breath will make its impact most obviously in your throat rather than the front of the mouth. You will hear rather than. By opening your mouth too wide, you are programming a route for sound that emphasizes the throat and will not be free. Let me say that again. For actors, nasal breathing is utterly counterproductive to truthful speaking. In practice, the breathing awareness exercises, it is necessary to realize the difference between saying, the breath should be in the front of the mouth, so I will put it there, and the breath will arrive in the front of the mouth if it is released freely from the inside and there is no tension on the way out that holds it back. It is necessary to condition the mind to be primarily interested in the causal release point and merely observant of the resultant arrival point. Step 5. Continue the awareness of your natural breathing rhythm. Now picture the diaphragm moving upward as the breath releases out and falling downward as the breath drops in. Your diaphragm is a large, domed muscle that forms the floor to your lungs and the ceiling to your stomach and intestines. Its edges are attached to the bottom of your rib cage. You cannot tell the diaphragm how it should move. It is not an active muscle under the control of your conscious mind, but you can influence it by picturing its movements accurately. With your mouth just open, allow a small on each outgoing breath. Feel that your breath and your observing mind are both in the same place, the center of your body. Make sure that you are not split in two, with part of you sitting up in your head, commenting on or controlling what is happening from there. You and your breathing are one and the same thing. When your breath releases, you release. When you and your breath release out, your diaphragm releases upwards through your ribcage. When you and your breath are renewed, the diaphragm drops downward, opening the lungs. Both the movement up and the movement down can be experienced as release in the diaphragm. Let each outgoing breath contain a feeling of willing escape. You escape from inside yourself to the outside world. Each incoming breath should be a feeling of welcome renewal. Expiration and inspiration live in the continuous cycle of a natural rhythm of breathing. Now, feed into your middle the impulse for a gentle sigh of relief. No sound, just breath. Reserve how your breathing reacts to the stimulus of simple, easy feeling of relief. You will find that the more breath comes in response to the impulse, and that the more breath releases out to a longer, that the relief pours out. Keep your mouth relaxed. Again, consciously decide to feel a sigh of relief. Observe the reaction in involuntary breathing musculature and in the movement of the diaphragm. Picture your mind, the impulse dispatcher, your feelings, impulse receiver, and your breath all in the center of your body. Again, feed in the impulse for a sigh of relief. Feel the relief go deeper inside your body, perhaps as far down as the pelvic floor. Release the relief and breath as one. Relax inside. Allow the breath to be replaced. The pelvic floor is an elastic web of muscles that lie within the ellipse of the pelvic girdle. There's a connection from the diaphragm to the pelvic floor that we'll explain more specifically later. For now, begin to picture the floor of your torso within your pelvis, about 12 inches below the diaphragm and responsive to breath. You can affect the breathing musculature, provoke it to great effort, but do not confuse the consciousness of emotional control through the application of visual and emotional impulses with conscious muscular control. The sigh of relief. Sighing and yawing are organic animal activities that the body initiates when it needs an extra charge of oxygen. Babies, dogs, and cats yawn copiously, and without embarrassment many times a day. They also sigh soundlessly when their bodies need more oxygen. Adult humans have largely been educated out of these natural functions. Yawning in public is held to be rude, and sighing tends to serve an emotive purpose. Both can cause embarrassment. If, however, you can now begin to enter the pleasure of yawning and sighing for their own sake, you will revitalize your body and your mind. The life of your body and your mind depends on the circulation of oxygen. They may well have been undersupplied in this essential nutrition and their life under-energized because of habitual tension and inhibition. In establishing the breathing groundwork for freeing your natural voice, you must be able to differentiate between a sigh of relief and a big breath. A big breath engages the muscle machinery of the body without any feeling content, while a sigh of relief is triggered by a thought-feeling impulse. For the actor who wants a voice that will reveal thoughts and feelings rather than merely describing them, exercising the sigh of relief means exercising the connection between thinking and feeling, breath and voice. The ability to create and recreate casual impulse is part of the actor's art. Creating and recreating a genuinely felt sigh of relief as the underlying energy for breathing and voice re-educates connection. The reception of exercises means the exercising the ability to create imaginative cause. Actors are often urged to let go to release in their work. If, as is most often in the case, they have grown up to conditioned to control, it may be impossible to accept the invitation to release. Deep in their mental processes lies the protective counter-command, don't let go, don't reveal what you're thinking and feeling. It's dangerous. The primary neural pathways have long since ceded their expressive knowledge to secondary impulses of defense and control. The sigh of relief is the first key to unlocking the door to those primal impulse centers and reopening the primary neurophysiological routes between brain and body. The key is mental, but it can be turned by physical means. We cannot assume that when we give ourselves the message to let go or release, we can do it. We first have to experience in very simple and incontrovertible ways that what letting go is really like. A force of gravity is one of the best allies we have for finding out what letting go is. Step 6. Here is a simple game you can play with your mind, your body, and gravity that may clarify and develop your understanding of sigh of relief. Stand at ease and float one arm up from your side until it makes a straight line from your shoulder, parallel to the ground at right angles to your body. Ask yourself the question, what keeps my arm up in the air against the pull of gravity? I often spend a long time with my students at this point as they suggest, my muscles, nothing, it just stays there, or God. But eventually, I can convince them that it is the mind that is telling the arm to stay up in the air. Now tell yourself, I'm going to take my mind out of my arm. Again, after much philosophing and trial and error in my classes, it becomes apparent that when the mind lets go of the arm drops because of gravity. Body-mind consciousness keeps us standing upright against the pull of gravity. Unconscious, we fall. Now carefully observe the attributes of that drop. The drop will be sudden, uncontrolled, and the arm will hit the side of your body with some force. The observation shows that when the mind lets go and gravity takes over, energy is released. Your job is now to transfer that experience to the sigh of relief. Feed is an impulse for a deep, pleasurable sigh of relief, without sound, that seems to hold in it as much potential energy as your arm floating up against the pull of gravity. If you find a sigh of release elusive, imagine a situation in which something bad was about to happen, but was averted. Feed the resultant relief of deep into your breathing area and feel breath being drawn in. Now take your mind out of the breathing area. Breath will release in an equivalent energy to that released when your arm drops to your side. The sigh happens as a result of letting go. The energy sends the diaphragm flying up through your rib cage. The energy of the sigh's relief depends on the size of the entering impulse. Although gravity is not giving a helping hand to the outgoing sigh, the mental experience gained from your arm dropping to gravity should directly influence the sigh experience. Gravity can teach your mind how to let go. Now float your arm just halfway up toward your shoulder, about 15 inches or at a 45-degree angle. Ask yourself the question, what is keeping my arm up against the force of gravity? The answer is the same, my mind. Take your mind off the arm. Your arm will drop suddenly, giving in to gravity. It will hit your side, but with only half the force experienced when it dropped from your shoulder. Transfer this experience to a sigh of relief. No sound, just breath. That is now medium size. A medium-sized impulse of sigh of relief enters the body-mind, bringing with it a medium-sized amount of air. When it lets go, it releases a medium-sized gust of air. But it is still a letting go. The energy release is still sudden and not controlled by conscious musculature. The diaphragm still flies up, but not so far. Finally, float your hand up off your wrist, leaving your arm by your side. Ask yourself the question, What is keeping my hand up against the force of gravity? The answer is the same. My mind. Take your mind out of your hand. Your hand will drop from your wrist, suddenly giving in to gravity. It will tap the side of your body with a delicate energy that is free of conscious control. Transfer this experience to a tiny central sigh of relief. However small and interior the breath is, it goes out with a release, relief, or letting go. The energy that is released may be minuscule, but it is free. The diaphragm releases upward in a tiny movement from its central point. The natural rhythm of breathing free, uncontrolled, and infinitely subtle. This exercise begins reconditioning the body-mind to experience communication as release and communication as a byproduct of a need to speak that has the freedom to do so. We begin with a sigh of pleasurable relief. Eventually, it will be relief when we are releasing large or painful feelings. Let gravity be your teacher. Step 7. This will all be made easier now by lying flat on your back on the floor and observing the breathing processes in a position where no energy is expended on standing upright. All your attention can go into noticing how breathing works when the body is fully relaxed. The following exercise clearly needs to be heard rather than read. Tape the guide visualization or have a friend read the instructions slowly. Lying on your back, let your whole body give in to gravity. Send your mind into the soles of your feet and think of relaxing your toes and feet so that they appear to drop away from your ankles. Imagine your ankle joints are filled with air. Let your calf muscles relax so that the flesh, skin, and muscle seem to dissolve off the shin bones. Imagine your knee joints filled with air. Let your thigh muscles relax so that the flesh, skin, and muscle seem to dissolve off the thigh bones. Imagine your hip joints and your thigh sockets filled with air so that your legs do not seem attached to your torso. Let your buttock muscles, pelvic muscles, groin, and lower belly muscles dissolve and melt. Be aware of your spine giving into gravity from the tailbone to the skull. Let the small of your back relax, but realize that there is a natural curve there. Don't try to flatten it out. When the whole stomach area melt, dissolve, and relax. Picture the area between your shoulder blades spreading away from your spine to either side. Imagine the rib bones as soft as the belly. Let them give into gravity and release into breath. Picture the torso releasing along and across the floor. Imagine your shoulder sockets filled with air so that your arms seem hardly to be attached to your torso. Be aware of the weight of your arms and hands, heavy and abandoned on the floor. Be aware of your fingers. Let your attention travel back up your arms, through your shoulders, and into your neck. Let your neck spine give into gravity, but realize there is a natural curve in these top 7 vertebrae. Don't try to flatten it. Let your throat relax. Feel the weight of your head on the floor. Let the jaw muscles relax right beside your ears so that your teeth are not clenched. Let the tongue relax inside your mouth so that it is not clamped to the roof of the mouth. Be aware of your face muscles and let them melt so that the skin of your face feels heavy on the bones. Let the cheeks relax, and the lips, the forehead, the eyelids. Let the scalp muscles relax. Now let your attention sweep back down through your whole body, abandoned on the floor. Imagine you melt down through the floor. Take a little time to enjoy this sensation. Now become aware that in the middle of the stillness of your completely relaxed body, there is an inevitable, involuntary movement as your breath enters and leaves you. Let your mouth drop open. Lick your lips. Feel the cool air being drawn in from outside, traveling down to the center of your torso, and then feel it being released from there, warm, to escape again to the outside. Flop a hand onto your breathing area so that you can feel from outside a reflection of what is happening inside. For the moment, I will designate the breathing area as the section below the front ribs above the navel. The part of your hand rests on is called the abdominal wall. Notice that the outgoing breath, the area under your hand, falls toward the ground as the abdominal wall drops. Now feed a huge, deep sigh of relief, without sound, far down into your body. Imagine the relief moving down into your groin, moving the pelvic floor, and then let the feeling and your breath fall out of you with abandon. The breathing area now extends below the navel, the lower belly, as well as the abdominal wall, seems to move in response to the sigh. Commentary. Here, you are enlisting the aid of gravity to increase the possibility of complete muscular release on the outgoing breath. The whole belly area should be able to drop suddenly, without controls, with much of the same quality of release that happens if you lift your arm off the floor and then relax it completely, giving in suddenly to gravity. You can test your body-mind's willingness to relinquish physical control of breathing by asking it to hand the process over to the pull of gravity. Until you can remove all controls, there is no way of choosing controls when necessary. You are still prey to unconscious habitual controls. The exercise, therefore, is to feed in a feeling of relief, causal impulse. Let it fly out of you uncensored by controls, resultant communication. Observe that a larger, deeper impulse of relief triggers a larger breath experience. Now that you're on the floor, observe the movement of the diaphragm in all these impulses as it releases toward your pelvis as the breath enters and it whooshes through the rib cage as the breath releases out. Observe that the impulse moves the breath and the breath moves the body. If you think along these lines, you are likely to add extra effort to the economical work performed by the involuntary nervous system. Explore varying degrees of strength in the causal impulse feeding into the breathing center. First, the natural breathing rhythm exchanges to a small, contented sigh, then to a larger, grateful sigh, and finally to a huge, deep sigh of relief. Use your imagination to create situations to stimulate appropriately the differing intensities of the sigh. Relax back to natural breathing. Step 8. Slowly, with complete physical awareness of your skeletal activity and muscular relaxation, rise from the floor to a standing position. Let your head be the last part of your body to rise. As you stand upright, see how much you can retain of the physical sensation you experienced while on the floor. For instance, imagine that the floor is still supporting your back. Leave the stomach muscles as floppy as they were when you were lying down. Imagine the force of gravity is behind you and let the abdominal wall fall toward it on the outgoing breath. Observe the natural rhythm of your breathing. Observe any differences between lying down and standing up. Observe that the diaphragm now moves vertically rather than horizontally. Observe any differences that may be between your breathing now and the last time you were aware of it while standing. Understanding that you are experiencing in terms of change, rather in terms of right and wrong. Where specifically in your body do you feel movement in response to breath? In your ribs, back, sides, belly, groin, internally, externally? What feels better than before? What feels worse? How do you feel? From where is the breath releasing? Where is it going? Can you feel or picture the diaphragm dropping from the breath enters and then whooshing up through the rib cage when the breath releases out? Do you feel more awake? Do you feel sleepy? Do you feel confused? Have you found anything new? I do not have answers to these questions. You do. It is important that each of you are asking such questions and keeps answering with the growing knowledge of what is true in your individual organic experience. The difficulty in working on oneself is to admit new experiences. Most of us have considerable investment in conditioning because it has brought us this far and is reasonably reliable and safe. If you ask yourself questions about the new sensations you have experienced and make it an exercise to articulate the answers out loud, you will learn and change twice as fast. As has been pointed out before, the mind is reluctant to embrace deep change and will play devious games to maintain the status quo. We are dealing with functions that should be automatic, and it takes great determination to change habits programmed at this level. In these exercises, the new experiences are on a deeper level of consciousness, and when you verbalize the experience, you bring it up to a more familiar level of consciousness, and the new experience becomes reinforced, making a firmer imprint. Here is a scene often enacted with variations in the course of voice classes I have taught. It illustrates some of the ways in which the mind manages to escape change. The pupil has been taken through the work described in this and the previous lesson, and is visibly evident that the breathing is deeper in the body, freer and less labored. How do you feel? Fine, good. What do you feel? I don't know exactly. Do you feel any differences? Not really. I feel dizzy and a bit nauseous. What about your breathing? Silence. Do you notice it affecting any new parts of your body? Yes, it's much easier. Where? Wait a minute. I'll have to think back. Yes, well, I've never felt it in my lower back before. Or stomach or legs, it doesn't matter. Where do you feel it happen? Where do you feel happens there now? Well, it's sort of as though I breathed into my buttocks or pelvis or knees, etc. Okay, fine. Is that right? If that's how you feel it, that's right for the time being. But you're supposed to breathe in your ass? We might then go on to discuss the fact that the lungs only go as far as the diaphragm, which cuts the body in two horizontally, and that when breath goes in, the diaphragm moves down, pushing the stomach down, which in turn pushes the lower intestines down, so that there are graphic movements in the lower torso in response to breath. These movements are not confined to the front of the body. Therefore, the lower spine must be free of tension to allow full use of the breathing apparatus. It lengthens in response to large breathing demands, helping to create the greatest space possible inside the torso, into which the lungs can expand and shorten on release. These spine movements are almost imperceptible when standing, but can be easily observed when lying face down. The important thing in badgering the pupil about what had happened in the course of the exercise was to find even one specific point in the general experience that could be articulated and therefore learned, both organically and consciously. The diversionary tactics employed by the pupil's mind to avoid coping with something new were, roughly, as follows. The first answer, fine, good, indicates that he thinks I will be flattered by the success of the exercise and leave him alone. The second response, I don't know, can be interpreted as, let me enjoy my subjective experience, which is private, personal, and will be spoiled if I talk about it. This is generally resistant. The third response, which translates to, I will not admit change for the better, I will concentrate on this rather unpleasant, disoriented, dizzy feeling, is avoidance. Commentary. If you can learn to accept nausea and dizziness when they occur, you will find you can embrace the state as a useful disorientation out of which you can explore a new use of yourself. If, however, you are frightened by the experience, you may throw up or faint, and, by doing so, you will have successfully escaped a new experience. The release of tension in some extremely nervous people and the consequent submission of the lungs to the powerful involuntary nervous system can be such a turnover in the whole state of being that dizziness is a way of life for a time. Once such people have fainted a couple of times, they become familiar with the process and find the moment when they can choose to go with it and pass out or focus on something more interesting, such as the exercise at hand. This may sound callous, but with such confrontation, significant change and growth can be postponed forever. It should also be emphasized that it is not necessary to faint or throw up in order to liberate your breathing. It is very natural to feel a bit dizzy or standing up after lying on the floor for some time because of the alteration in the balance mechanism, and because, with deep relaxation, more oxygen enters and leaves the body, stimulating circulation and pumping more blood to the heart and the brain, thereby altering the glandular and chemical status quo. Dizziness in this work is nearly always healthy because it demonstrates that something has changed. In soliciting feedback from my students, I tried to teach a way of learning that recognizes and tackles a persistent tendency many of us have to be self-denigrating, self-judging, and ultimately more ready to fail than to succeed. Here are some other common responses to the question, how do you feel? I was really cold lying on the floor. My back hurt when I stood up. My legs started shaking. I didn't like looking at my bones like that. I missed it all because I went to sleep. I tensed up all over again. Then I stood up. Each of these experiences may well seem preeminent to the student, but none of them relates to the exercise, which had to do with breathing. I will then ask the next question. What was the most interesting thing that happened in the course of that long exercise in breathing awareness? As I prod and provoke, the student will eventually say, well, I felt more breath go in than I ever have, or I saw all sorts of colors when I really started sighing, or I thought I was going to cry. The lesson I try to teach here is that first one must articulate anything, however small, that is fresh, new, or interesting. After that, one can talk about the problems and the pains. Any new experience must be acknowledged if it is to become an agent of conscious change. Otherwise, the new experience will disappear and old habits will settle back in. A most persistent old habit may be a silent negative litany almost unconsciously beating inside the head. You didn't get it, you'll never make it, you're not good enough, you haven't got what it takes, you probably didn't understand the instructions, or some other phrase once delivered long ago by a parent or teacher who suggested you would not succeed. It was imprinted on your hypersensitive young heart and made indelible by every subsequent small failure. In order to protect yourself from the possibility of failure on the exercise in question, you evade the issue by reporting on relevant problems. If you cultivate the habit of looking for the fresh, new, or interesting experiences and articulating them, you will gradually erase the negative litany and replace it with your own positive litany. Celebrate whatever you experienced in the exercise that was a fresh interest instead of flagellating yourself with unpleasant or unsuccessful things. The slogan is celebrate, don't flagellate. This does not mean that you have to have a wonderful or revelatory or profoundly meaningful experience. Just that information comes in small incremental steps, and each step should be positively acknowledged. Thus, I encourage you to celebrate whatever you experienced in the previous exercise that was fresh. An experience that was somewhat familiar, but suddenly caught your interest afresh, or something that you had known before that appearing in a new light, new, never before experienced, or interesting, piqued your curiosity or made you to think twice about it, as you explored some initial awareness of your natural breathing process. Consider the alternative. What you have done was stale, old, or boring. In this exploration, it has been suggested that the involuntary nervous system does things best. That is, that if you allow your breathing to tell you what it wants, you will not have to waste energy controlling or sustaining it consciously. What the ultimate control for the breath are thoughts and feelings. Instead of sending active messages to yourself such as breathe in, breathe out, take a breath, inhale, exhale, you send passive messages such as allow the breath in, let the breath out, let the breath enter, let the breath fly out. The nouns attached to breathing are no longer inhalation, exhalation, but are incoming breath and outgoing breath. If you do not change the language attached to the breathing process, you will not change the behavior. It takes longer in the beginning, but once reprogrammed, you will find the newly found natural way much more efficient than anything you could consciously devise. Practice. Do your spine and breathing exercises for 2 or 3 days. Be aware of any tension and make the decision to relax. Notice how your breathing responds to the events of your day. Notice moments when your breathing holds and why. Notice how you feel when you relax and breathe naturally. Make use of your friend, the sigh of relief. Make notes of your observation. Workday 3. The touch of sound. Initial vibrations, pool of water. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. My insistent endeavor in this and subsequent chapters will be to shift the job of judging sound from the oral sense to the tactile and visual senses. As long as work on the voice includes listening to sounds to check their quality, there will be a conditioned split between the head and the heart, and emotion will be censored by intellect rather than shaped by it. By the touch of sound, I mean the feeling of vibrations in the body. We will initially explore sound as another inhabitant of that central part of the body housing breath, feelings, and impulses. The impetus for sound is impulse, and the raw material is breath. In order to remove effort from the throat, it helps to imagine that sound, as well as breath, starts from the middle of the body. Be prepared for a powerful application of your imagination in this. People tend to be conditioned to an unconscious physical sense that they communicate from just behind the face, with an unconscious visualization of the passageway for the voice going from the throat through the jaw. Here you will be challenged to find a communicating center a good 18 inches lower than expected, and the passageway some 4 to 6 inches higher. Thus far, I have led you through a preliminary exploration of your body and your breathing, one which requires you to expand your sense of self. We shall now branch out, and imagery will now come more and more into play. I shall again refer to Antonio Damasio, see preface and introduction, a neuroscientist who sheds light on the interactions of body and emotion in the creation of consciousness and often suggests a fresh articulation of specific stages in the actor's journey. In his book, The Feeling of What Happens, when he uses the term core consciousness. Core consciousness provides the organism with a sense of self about one moment, now, and about one place, here. The scope of core consciousness is here and now. Core consciousness does not illuminate the future, and the only past it vaguely lets us glimpse is that which occurred in the instant just before. There is nowhere else, there is no before, there is no after. From The Feeling of What Happens, page 16. Though I generally use the word awareness in teaching, I think that Damasio's term core consciousness is the state of being alive, alert, and aware that the actor sees as a launching pad to creativity. It is the foundation for extended consciousness, Damasio, and the exercise of imagination. The touch of sound is an exercise of the imagination rooted in the here and now. In the following exercises, I will be asking you to use the power of imagery to help stimulate your voice to becoming free. Imagery is the language of the body. Imagination is the language of acting. When you regularly employ imagery to exercise the experience of voice, you program a mind-body connection that brings imagination out of the head and into the realm of the body. Images arouse feelings that trigger impulse and action. Imagination in the head is not of much use to the actor. I would call it invention, but embodies imagination in the stuff of acting. Embodied imagination can be exercised and developed as muscles can. Only when imagination is embodied in the actor's organism will the actor perform as a unified entity. The way you train your body and your voice will determine the way your body and voice serve you on stage. I would emphasize that imagery is not confined to the visual. All the other senses contribute imagery to the body, mind, and the sense of smell and the senses of touch are particularly powerful in provoking memory and emotion. Here is Antonio Damasio again. I regard the problem of consciousness as a combination of two intimately related problems. The first is the problem of understanding the brain inside the human organism engenders the mental patterns that we call, for lack of a better term, the images of an object. By object, I mean entities as diverse as a person, a place, a melody, a toothache, a state of bliss. By image, I mean a mental pattern that in any of the sensory modalities, e.g. a sound example, a tactile image, the image of a state of well-being. Such images convey aspects of the physical characteristics of the object, and they may also convey the reaction of like or dislike one may have for an object, the plans one may formulate for it, or the web or relationships that object among other objects. Quite candidly, this first problem of consciousness is the problem of how we get the movie in the brain, provided we realize that in this rough metaphor, the movie has many sensory portals: sight, sound, taste, and olfaction, touch, inner senses, and so on, from the feeling of what happens, page 9. Images are constructed either when we engage objects, from persons and places to toothaches, from the outside of the brain towards its inside, or when we reconstruct objects from memory, from the inside out, as it were. The business of making images never stops while we are awake, and it even continues during the part of our sleep when we dream. One might argue that images are the currency of our minds. I bid. Page 318 to 19. Steps 1 and 2 rely on a lengthy physical awareness and visualization process that are best done with eyes closed. If you are working alone, you should record the instructions for the first 2 steps. Steps 3 and 8 follow later. Step 1. Stand easily, being aware of your long spine moving up in the middle of the back, carrying the weight of your torso and of your legs. Let your stomach muscles relax. You must sacrifice your vanity for a little while in the interest of inner relaxation. Let your stomach sag without becoming sway-backed or locking your knees. Keep sending 2 messages. Lengthen the spine, let the muscles go. Tune in to the natural, everyday breathing that is deep inside your body. Induce a deep sigh of relief. Be aware of the breath responding and releasing through your mouth on an easy and loose. Feel that the breath is relief and relief is breath. See if you can induce a large enough feeling of relief for the ingoing breath to open you all the way down into the lower half of your torso, from the diaphragm down to the pelvic floor. Picture the billowing movement of the diaphragm as it drops to receive breath and whooshes up through the rib cage to release it. From the pelvic floor, let your body, mind's eye travel down through your legs to your feet, and then continue on down from your feet to the ground below and deeper still to the electromagnetic currents that run below the surface of the earth. Picture those electromagnetic currents flowing back up from beneath the earth through your feet, legs, and torso to your breathing area. Let your mind rest with the easy in and out of your breath. Now introduce a picture that can take over the inside of your body from the diaphragm downward. Picture a deep, calm forest pool with a surface roughly level with your diaphragm and its depth in your pelvic region. The pool is fed by underground streams that come from below the earth through your legs. Picture your spine as if it were a great tree rooted at the edge of the forest pool. Picture the surface of the pool suffused with sunlight. Picture a small image of yourself standing at the edge of the pool, leaning against the tree, looking at your reflection in the sunlit surface of the pool. Picture the surface of the pool reflecting an enlarged image of your face, looking up to your real face with a slight smile. Your lips are open. Step 2. When the image is clear, transform the picture from a pool of water to a pool of the vibrations of sound. The pool is now the pool of your voice. With your body-mind's eye, look at the image of your face on the surface of the pool. Focus on your mouth, lips open, perhaps smiling slightly. Allow a bubble of vibration to break the surface of the pool, escaping through the image of your lips and through your actual lips. As the mouth is only a little bit wide open and quite relaxed, the resultant sound of the sigh from the pool of vibrations will be a bubble, a rather formless similar to in English her or the American her before the R changes the vowel, or some American pronunciations of the vowel sound in hut. It shall be spelling it H-U-H, ha. If the mouth opens wider, the sound becomes more like a ha in father. If the mouth is not relaxed enough to drop open easily, 3/4 of the sound will go into the nose. The sound shall be primal, unforced, neutral one that happens when there is no tension in the throat or mouth to distort it and no vowel demand to mold it. And now, a double bubble comes up deep down below, breaking the surface of the pool. Leave the mouth loosely open. Feed in the impulse for a sigh of relief deep into the pool of vibrations. Sigh the relief out on a long fountain of vibrations that rises up from the underground springs and out through your mouth. Relax inside and allow the breath to replace itself. Yawn, stretch, open your eyes and shake the vibrations out from the pool through your whole torso and all your limbs. Explore the possibility of sighing relief out of the vibrations of sound. Picture the source of feeling and vibration deep inside your body, with nothing impeding the sound as it sighs through your mouth and to the outside. The pool is a pool filled with relief. Make sure that the relief connects with 100% vibrations, not 50% breath and 50% vibrations. This is general work to focus your mind toward a causal energy source for your voice that involves image and feeling to begin to experience a tangible connection between sound, vibrations, and feeling. The imagination has been invoked, and at the same time, the anatomy of breathing has been accurately engaged. In step 3, you will be looking for a more precise and sensitive touch of sound. The more economically the breath and vocal folds interact, the better for both for the sake of the vocal health and in pursuit of the faithful communication of thought. Paradoxically, an inaccurate picture of vocal anatomy most successfully achieves the economy of function between breath and vocal folds. The voice works best when the starting points for breath and vibrations are fused in one picture, which is at some distance below the larynx. To begin, we will zero in on the center of the diaphragm as the fuse point. In the interest of economy, this involves a specific picture of the diaphragm as the most central and initial point of connection between the breath and the sound. The picture includes, consciously or unconsciously, the powerful plexus of nerves known as the solar plexus. Although emotions and feelings are registered through the body in differing degrees of vividness, feelings of sadness, joy, anger, shock, and grief are commonly registered with a tangible sharpness in the solar plexus diaphragm area. For those of us who wish our voices to convey the emotions we feel, the fuse point of breath, sound, solar plexus, the diaphragm becomes palpable with the repeated exercise of imagination. The experience of voice originating in and coming out of that fuse point becomes habitual. This experience becomes the touchstone of truth and, eventually, the natural way to speak. You might argue that most of your communication is unemotional, but it is a fact of the human organism that we exist in an emotional flux. It cannot be stopped, and that is part of essential life. Here again is Antonio Damasio, to whom I referred at the beginning of this section. Normal human behavior exhibits a continuity of emotions induced by a continuity of thoughts. The contents of those thoughts, and there are usually parallel and simultaneous contents include objects with the organism is actually engaged or objects recalled from memory, as well as feelings of the emotions that have just occurred. In turn, many of these streams of thought, of actual objects, of recalled objects, and of feelings can induce emotions from the background to secondary, with or without cognizance. The conscious exhibition of emotion derives from this overabundance of inducers, known and not known, simple and not so simple. The continuity of the melodic line of background emotion is an important fact to consider in our observation of normal human behavior. From The Feeling of What Happens, page 93. Taken out of context, this seems like a good note for a book about acting. Given that the actor must observe and understand his or her own human behavior before they can know how to take on the behavior of a character in a play, let us return now to further exploration of the behavioral connection between emotion, breath, and voice. Your exploration will focus not just on the diaphragm, but the center point of the diaphragm. You cannot feel the diaphragm, but by picturing it, you can influence its action and sharpen and sensitize the mind's connection with sound. The more accurately you can visualize the diaphragm in its movement, the more you can restore and enhance its function. In repose, the diaphragm is dome-shaped, the largest single muscle in the body. It is attached at its circumference at the bottom of the rib cage from the breastbone to the abdominal wall in the front, to the spine in the back. It cuts the whole body in two horizontally. When the breath comes in, the diaphragm moves down, flattening. When the breath goes out, the diaphragm moves up, the dome becoming more cone-shaped. The downward movement is contraction, and the upward one expansion. But this is one of the scientific facts that only serves to confuse the lay practitioner and is best translated by subjective perception. Subjectively, the sensory picture is one of expansion. As breath comes in, the lungs expand and the feeling in the diaphragm area is of expansion downward, and a small expansion for everyday breathing and a larger one for larger expressions such as sighing. The outgoing sensory breath is of the diaphragm releasing up through the rib cage. As long as external abdominal muscles dominate this experience, all interior life is diminished. You will find the following 3 illustrations in the area of how the diaphragm moves as breath goes in and out. Before moving to step 3, feed in several sighs of relief with a picture of your diaphragm as a thin, elastic, rubbery dome being blown down by the incoming breath and up by the outgoing breath. The picture applies to the large effect of a sigh impulse. The movements are infinitely subtler for an ordinary breathing. But for the ultimate outgoing sigh relief, the dome of the diaphragm can be pictured softening in the release until it almost becomes cone-shaped with the tip of the cone almost reaching the collarbone. Then you can induce a sudden drop of the diaphragm to the floor of the lungs. Don't squeeze the breath out. Soften it with release. Step 3. Visualize a point at the very center of the dome of the diaphragm that responds to the tiny in and out of everyday breathing. With your mouth open, observe the in and out of a small and the rhythm of natural breathing. Use the picture of the center of the dome of the diaphragm as the starting point of breathing. Now let the thought of an unformed neutral sound enter the center of the dome of the diaphragm on the incoming breath and be realized in vibration on the outgoing breath. That the sound that results will be huh. This is the bubble that emerged from the pool of vibrations in step 2. Stay within the rate and rhythm of your natural breathing. Instead of on the outgoing breath, there is now a small sound. As soon as the has released to the escaping breath, relax in the center of the diaphragm and breath will replace itself. Let the picture of the pool of vibrations and the release of the bubble emerge with exploration. Release the vibrations lightly and let them go. They last no longer than this small outgoing. breath will automatically drop back in. Don't listen to the sound. Picture it and, if possible, feel it. Eventually you will actually feel vibrations in the center of your diaphragm, but don't worry if you can't feel it now. If you keep introducing the picture, the tangible sensation will come. The sound touches the center of the diaphragm as a result of the picture and the thought. You do not make the sound. The sound happens as a result of casual thought impulse. This is the touch of sound. Let the thought enter again and again be realized in the thought of sound, touch of sound. Relax and the breath will drop back in. Repeat this with the ordinary rhythm of your natural breathing. It is a small sound and a small exchange of breath. Now let there be a double release bounce of vibrations. Still in the rhythm of natural breathing. This is the double bubble from the center of the pool of vibrations. You can induce a bubble, but you can't make one. The touch of sound is in the middle of the center of the diaphragm. Wait for the breath you want to replace, then yield to that need. Breath goes in. Stay with the sound of breath, Stay with the touch of sound sequence. Relax inside. Breath goes in. The touch of sound. Relax. The breath replaces. Breath goes in. Breath goes in. Breath goes in. Now exercise this touch of sound following the semitones down from a middle C and back up to a middle C again. Then speak once more. Repeat the on ascending pitches as you drop your spine down and on descending pitches as you build it back up to standing. And down. Up, I mean. Throughout step 3, explore the physical sensation of sound in the center of your body. The physical sensation of breathing should remain as close as possible to the sensation there is when you are breathing naturally without sound. Try not to make the sound. Try to let the sound be the byproduct of the touch picture in the same way that you do not produce light in an electric bulb. You press a switch or put a plug in a socket and light happens. The analogy is exact. Let the sound happen. You are practicing dealing with cause and letting effect follow. You should take a break at this point. In the next phase of the initial exploration of breath, sound, and image, I will lead you through a lengthy pictorial journey lying on your back on the floor. You must set aside 20 to 30 minutes for the work and, if possible, take the instructions rather than try to read them as go. If you can have with someone else read the instructions, that would be best. Step 4. Gravity and breath. There are some physical positions that are wonderfully conducive to experiencing the connection of breath, voice, and impulse. The positions themselves are not so important as the images of the positions that you create and maintain. The positions we will experience now are beholden to the force of gravity for their effectiveness. I will ask to play with 2 counteractive pictures. The first is the picture of gravity, an active magnetic force that lives in the center of the earth. Gravity loves to feed off your excess tensions. When you lie on the floor, gravity will happily suck tension out of you. When you stand up, gravity will happily play games with you to see how you can compete with his pull. Gravity is constantly challenging us in the game of life. The second picture is more imaginative. Create a picture, vague or clear, of a grand marionettist in the sky who has strings attached to every joint and bone of your body and who is playfully engaged in an ongoing contest with gravity. This imaginative exercise is designed to induce the most economical of relationships between the mind and body. You will exercise the power of mind over matter by asking the bones of your body you're asking the bones to your body to respond to your imagination as if the muscles were out of the picture altogether. This is a deliberately long, slow, contemplative process. Do not hurry. Do not aim for results. Be lazy. Waste your time. Lie down on the floor on your back with your legs raised to their full length. Close your eyes in order to deepen your familiarity with the inner geography of your body. Let your arms slide out from your sides and align with your shoulders so that your arms are at right angles from your torso. Introduce a picture of gravity. Allow every part of your body to give in to the pull of gravity. Allow all your tensions to be drained out of you by gravity's hunger. Picture the bones of your body lying on the ground free of muscular constriction. Now picture the grand marionettist in the sky. Picture the string he has attached to your right knee joint. Let him pull on the string so that your right knee moves up toward the sky, dragging your heel along the floor until your foot is flat on the floor. Don't use any muscles. Picture the bones. Notice that the small of your back on the right side has fallen closer to the floor. Now picture the string the grand marionettist in the sky has attached to your left knee joint. Let him pull on the string so that your left knee moves up toward the sky, dragging your heel along the floor until your foot is flat. Notice the small of your back on both sides of your torso has fallen closer to the floor. Now, the grand marionettist pulls on the right knee string so that your knee and thigh bone swing up and float over your belly. Picture the smooth, round top of the thigh bone as it rocks in the cradle of your hip socket. Now the grand marionettist pulls on the left knee string so that your left knee and thigh bone swing up and float over your belly. Picture the smooth, round tops of both thigh bones as they balance in the cradle of your hip sockets. Then the marionettist swings both knees over to the right and let the strings go so that your knees fall to the floor. Left knee on top of right knee, comfortably close to your chest. At this point, let your head drop to the left. Your torso is now experiencing a diagonal stretch. Let your thighs, legs, and hips relax completely to gravity to your right, while your head and left shoulder blade and arm relax completely to your left. Don't do anything. Let gravity take your torso into as long and elastic a diagonal stretch as possible. Breathe. Sigh into any tight or painful places. Stay in this position as long as you can tolerate it, allowing the force of gravity to undo tensions and open the torso. Picture the right hip socket. Imagine that your lungs go all the way down to your hip socket. Enlarge the size of the picture of your hip sockets, increasing in your imagination the space available for your lungs. Feed the impulse for a deep sigh of relief all the way down to the hip socket. Picture the sigh breath releasing without sound along the wide diagonal breathing channel that travels from the right hip socket to the left shoulder socket, out through your mouth and also through an imaginary mouth in your left shoulder. As the sigh releases, picture the horizontal release of the diaphragm through the rib cage. Bring back the picture of the marionettist. He pulls on the string attached to your left knee and swings it up over your belly, bringing your foot from the floor. As you fall back into the floor, your right knee will inevitably be drawn up from the floor to hang over your belly. Both feet are off the floor. For a moment, the knees and legs are suspended over the torso. Then the strings draw them to the left. As the marionettist releases the strings, your knees fall heavily on the floor on your left, comfortably close to your chest. Your head drops to the right. Repeat the pictorial exercises, now for the left hip socket and a diagonal channel going from that space all along the inside of the torso and out through your right shoulder. Sigh, without sound, from your left hip socket along the diagonal channel. Bring back the picture of the marionettist. He pulls on the string attached to your right knee and swings it up over your belly, your foot off the floor. As you fall back into the floor, your left knee will inevitably be drawn up to the floor to hang over your belly, and both of your feet will be off the floor. For a moment, your knees and legs are suspended over the torso. Then the strings are released and both your feet fall straight to the floor. You are now on your back with your knees up and your feet flat on the floor. Picture the two hip sockets and the space between them that encompasses the whole pelvic basin. Now feed in a huge impulse for a sigh of relief that is big enough to fill the great cavity of the pelvic basin and the hip sockets. As this great sigh breath escapes, without sound, it will flow out through the length and breadth of your torso from the pelvic floor to the shoulder girdle and the mouth, and your diaphragm will flow up through your ribcage, adding sound. In the next exploration, repeat all the stages of the diagonal stretch exercise with careful reconstruction of the images. Step 5. Having arrived in the diagonal stretch, with your knees over to the right and your head to the left, look with your mind's eye down into the right hip socket space, and picture, if you can, the vibrations of sound pre-existing in that space. You might visualize the vibrations as water gathered in the rock pool of your hip socket. Now feed the impulse for a deep, long sigh of pleasurable relief all the way down into the rock pool hip socket, galvanizing the vibrations into life. Let the vibrations be a river of the relief flowing out along the wide diagonal channel that leads from your right hip socket and out through your left shoulder and mouth. Feed in 2 or 3 new impulses, each time picturing sound vibrations as broad flowing river of relief that flows unimpeded through the diagonal river channel with no boulders, no dams, everything open. Float your legs over to the other diagonal stretch and repeat the visualization with the sensations of the river of relief and vibrations flowing from your left rock pool hip socket through your torso river and out into the air in front of your face. Now float your knees into the middle, up over your belly, and drop your feet to the floor. Picture that a great reservoir of vibrations of sound pre-exist in the pelvic basin from your hip socket to hip socket. Feed in a huge impulse for a sigh of relief big enough to draw breath down and fill the whole pelvic region. Let the sigh impulse enter the reservoir of sound and release a long, broad river of vibrations and relief that flows out through the whole torso and into the air in front of your face. Now induce an enormous yawn that starts in the middle of your body and stretches you out to your fingers and toes. Yawn with sound and see the vibrations traveling down through your legs, out through your arms, up and out through your head until the whole of the inside of your body seems to be flooding with the vibrations of sound. Step 6. Slowly roll over to your side. Then onto your hands and knees. Tuck your toes into the floor. Float your tailbone up into the air while leaving your head hanging heavily down. Then shift your weight off your hands and onto your feet. Slowly uncurl your spine with your head coming up last. Shake your whole body loosely, if you were trying to shake your skin and flesh of your bones, or like a dog shaking water off its back. Shake the vibrations of sound out from your whole body. Walk around. Check the state of body and state of mind. Notice the details of things that are fresh, new, or interesting. Say what those things are out loud. Describe out loud anything that was fresh, new, or interesting about your voice. Anything that struck you in the course of the previous exercise. It may be hard to prevent your muscles from helping them make the sound at this point. It may seem that the sound still centers in your throat, however much you try to visualize it lower down. As you relax more and more, you should find that your abdominal wall can give in to gravity, and that both your picture and the sensation of sound happening deeper in your body will become clearer. Step 7. Lie down on the floor again. Sigh with the relief of sound. As you sigh out, jiggle your loose belly with your hands so that the sounds get shaken manually. Let the sound go on as long as possible. Imagine you are massaging the actual vibrations inside your belly, so that you become more and more familiar with the feeling of vibrations being there rather than in your throat or mouth. Then, reintroduce the central, sensitive touch of sound that happens in the very center of the dome of the diaphragm. Breathe in, let the breath come in. Let the breath enter. With the same sensitivity and clear picture of the central connection with sound. Count 1 to 5. Say your name. Describe how you feel. Speak a poem. Do all of this with the awareness of the physical sensation of sound in the center of your body. It's as though the inside of the whole of your torso, from the pelvic floor to the shoulder girdle, is available to breath and vibration. You choose to have the thought impulse make economical and sensitive contact with the solar plexus, the emotional receiving and transmitting center. Step 8. Roll over to your hands and knees. Tuck your toes under. Release your tailbone to the ceiling. Shift the weight off your hands and feet. Slowly build up your spine and repeat the whole process standing. Emit a sigh of relief on sound. Let the breath enter. Jiggle the sound with your hands and your belly. New breath. Then, breath. 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 Each new breath is a tiny central sigh of relief. Repeat with pitches, dropping down your spine as you go up through the pitches and coming up your spine as you go down in pitch. Breath. 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 The sound should be gradually getting easier, freer, deeper in the body, more pleasurable. Remember that we are only dealing here with the source of sound. Do not be alarmed if it all seems very deep and introverted and self-indulgent. It should be. The depth of sound, in terms of pitch, is a result at this stage of both the breathing muscles and the laryngeal muscles relaxing. You are feeding in very low energy because the first steps are concerned with undoing tension. Relaxed vocal folds produce a low frequency of vibrations and low sound. It is vital that you cultivate a familiarity with a state of relaxation. If that state is practiced and easily available when you are making little demand on your voice, there is a chance you will be able to maintain a balance between necessary tensions and unnecessary ones when demand is increased. This is the road to achieving maximum effect with minimum effort. You haven't a chance of singing a high C or delivering a speech charged with emotional intensity without undue strain if you have not mastered relaxation while exploring deep, easy, low-energy sound. I have placed a deliberate emphasis on turning attention inward at this stage. This is to condition you to work cautiously, which, in the case of the voice, means feeding the source of sound, building the need to communicate, and accumulating inner energy so that speaking will be a release. There is no advantage in developing a vocal instrument that performs dutifully, but has nothing it must say. I would like to point out that this inner energy and connection is also key to truthful acting for the camera. Here are some typical observations made by students after going through the previous floor exercises. The more clearly I could see the grand marionettist in the sky and play with the image, the less I used my muscles. I began to feel how much farther down in my body my breath can go. The inside of my body became huge. Every once in a while, I could feel sounds starting in my hip socket or pelvic area, and I was surprised at how powerful it was. It was quite scary. It didn't seem like my voice. I felt vibrations in my bones and along the floor. Even after I stood up, I could still feel the sound of vibrations coming up from below. My voice seemed to be more in my body and my mouth and less in my throat where it usually is. Having articulated the things, however small, that were fresh, new, or interesting, you should now write them down in the journal that accompanies your ongoing work. Perhaps redo the gingerbread man with a rendition of how you would like your voice to live and move in your body, without blocks. You may now pay attention to the things that seemed problematic. You may write them down or draw pictures of them. Commentary. This has been a long and, I hope, relaxing session. As you go about your day, pay attention to what is happening in your breathing. Notice the moments when you seem to hold your breath and register what it is that makes you stop breathing. Is it a moment of fear, of boredom, of indecision, or of feeling inadequate? You are, of course, continuing to breathe, but minimally, just under your collarbone. Once you have noticed when you are not breathing, you have the opportunity to breathe consciously in a situation when you may unconsciously be protecting yourself by holding your breath. I can assure you that as you renew your breathing deep in your body, the oxygen that is released into your blood and your brain will enhance your ability to function. I have personal experience with this kind of daily observation that you might find helpful. It often happens that when I am in the presence of people who intimidate me, intellectually or socially, I feel stupid and can't think of anything to say. At the same, I may notice that I am hardly breathing, that my stomach muscles are tense and that my buttock muscles have tightened. When I relax my buttocks, I immediately become more intelligent and find all sorts of things to talk about. The buttock muscles connect with deep breathing musculature that is woven into the pelvic floor, and when all these muscles relax, the more oxygen is released into the circulation. I assume the livelier blood chemistry affects the brain because I am no longer stupid. Try it. Practice. Practice the spine, breathing, and touch of sound exercises for a week. Workday 4. Freeing vibrations. Lips, head, body, rivers of sound. Prepare to work for 1 hour and a half. Having established a working picture of the vibrations of sound originating in the middle and lower depth of the body, we are now going to explore how those vibrations can be amplified and encouraged to grow. The next few exercises are based on 3 general ideas. 1. Vibrations are murdered by tension. 2. Vibrations thrive and multiply in the atmosphere of relaxation. 3. Vibrations love to have attention paid to them. To deal with 1, we will isolate and eliminate pockets of muscle tensions and traps and stifle vibrations. After having eliminated tensions, we will consciously encourage relaxation for 2, and for 3, we must recognize vibrations when and where they occur, welcome them, indulge them, and nurture them. Given the opportunity, vibrations' nature is to multiply, to resound or resound. They reverberate off a variety of sounding boards. The first of the sounding boards we shall work with is formed when you close your lips on the sound. Vibrations originating centrally will resound on them. Each new exercise you do should grow out of the previous one. Before entering this exploration of vibration, prepare with the previous exercises: the pool of vibrations, the diagonal stretch, the sighing, and the images and pictures of sound and releasing from deep inside the body. If you are standing, the sound releases upward like a fountain of relief. If you are lying down, the sound flows like a river. If you are hanging head downward, the sound is like a waterfall. Freeing the vibrations. Lips. Step 1. Stand fully aware of your skeletal support and loose muscles. Sigh the vibrations of sound up from the pelvic floor and shake your belly with your hands. Recreate the sigh impulse and, on the next long sighing, slide your hands from your belly up to your chest as though you are drawing the vibrations into your chest. Bringing your hands back down to your belly, recreate the sigh impulse on the next long sighing. Slide your hands from your belly to your chest and then onto your face. As your hands touch your face, close your lips on the sound. Let your hands awaken your awareness to the tactile, physicalized sensation of your voice. See and feel it traveling from the originating source deep down in your body to the arrival place in your face. You should be able to feel clearly the buzz of vibrations between the skin of your hands and the skin of your face. Don't lose connection with the starting point in your pelvic floor. Repeat. When the next long sigh of sound arrives on your lips and hands, let it continue as you open up your lips and your hands move forward off your face. Your hands seem to draw the vibrations off your face and out into the air in front of you. You will notice that when your lips close on the vibration, the sound that occurs is mm. These vibrations strengthen the voice by contributing extra sound. The lips resound the initial touch of sound vibrations. The long sound is now a Repeat several times using your hands as a guide to your awareness of the vibrations. Then repeat the exercise without your hands. Your awareness of the buzz of vibrations and their movement outward will substitute for your hands. A fountain of vibrations flow vertically up and onto your lips and then escapes horizontally into the air. Using your hands again, establish a flow of sound vibrations that releases up from the pelvic floor and that you can shake from your belly with your hands. Now, think the word I. Personalize it. Let that thought be an impulse that goes down to your source of breath and sound and releases a long, drawn-out expression of who you are. Use your hands to draw the I from your belly, through your chest and out through your open mouth. Feed in the deep sighing I thought impulse, but this time as your hands touch your chest, bring in the word am. It is as though the sense of who you are starts deep within the pelvic floor and then spreads into the region of your heart and lungs with physical awareness of your state being in the vibrations. Repeat, and then as your hands feel the vibrations on your face and lips and move into the air, the word me releases out of your body. On one long sigh of relief, place your hands on your belly, I, on your chest on am, and on your face and out into the air on me. This will make a clear personal connection between you and your voice. As you continue with sound that are not formed into words and may seem more abstract, search for ways to recreate and create a personal connection so that it is always you being released through your voice, not just the sound of a musical instrument. To continue to move your hands over your body as you develop the previous experience into a more formal exercise that can be repeated. If possible, you should use a piano to confirm pitches. Establish your connection with the central starting point of the sound on the double bubble release, ha ha. Then, find a pitch that is close to the sound that has just happened. Let the sound now happen on pitch. Ha ha Now let the sound continue as though on a long sigh, still on pitch, but this time close your lips to the sound. Huh, huh, hum. Register the feeling of vibrations on your lips. As you hum, massage your face with your hands. Recreate the sigh impulse, but this time open your lips while continuing the sigh sound. Huh, huh, Stop. Relax inside. Let the breath replace. Repeat the impulse and the thought. Huh, As your lips close, place a finger on them to feel the vibrations, and then, as your lips open and the sound escapes, move your finger forward to lead the vibrations out. Try to carry out this exercise purely through the physical steps, letting the sound be a byproduct. Don't try to figure out what the resultant sound will be, because you will merely be repeating an old and familiar sound, rather than discovering a new set of physical sensations in which the sound of the sound is relatively unimportant. It is the feeling and the picture of the sound that matters. Now, let the pitch drop, just a semitone. Sigh out, ha, ha, on pitch, picturing the vibrations streaming up from the middle of your body and through your mouth. Close your lips gently on the vibrations. Feel the vibrations on your lips as though they were gathering reinforcements there. Allow your lips to open and the sound will stream out, reinforced by extra vibrations found on the sounding board of your lips. Relax inside. Let the breath drop back in. Repeat the process on several more pitches, going down in semitones to a comfortable low note, then up again to the easy mid-register pitch you started on. Commentary. The fundamental difference between speaking and singing is that in singing we sustain a pitch, and in speaking we come off the pitch immediately. We are using pitches in these exercises and in the ones that follow to develop range in an organic matter, to increase the variety of sound in the voice, and to encourage flexibility. You are sighing on pitch. The sound that happens when you close your lips on the vibrations is commonly known as humming. Keep working with it. However, in terms of physical awareness, when I take a shortcut and ask you to hum, try not to respond mechanically with familiar humming, but let the vibrations flow from the middle of your body, through your mouth, close your lips, and let the vibrations gather reinforcement from the sounding board on those lips. Think of the vibrations on your lips as though they were strawberries and cream. Delicious. There is nearly always some tension in the lips, either through undue effort or habit. Since one of our underlying premises in exploring how to increase vibrations in the voice is that tension murders vibration, the next step will be to see whether the lips can relax more and thereby deliver more reverberation for sound. Step 2. Blow air out through your lips so that they flutter. This is sometimes called a lip trill. This is rather difficult to describe on paper, but horses do it in a relaxing way. Babies do it, and small children do it with sound when they are pretending to be trucks and motor cars. It is not essential as an exercise, but it relaxes and stimulates the whole lip area. It wakens dormant vibrations. It helps energize the sound in the very front of the mouth. It is also fun to do. So, it is worth working out the movement, with and without sound. Here are a few introductory ideas and different ways of describing it if you are still in doubt. 1. Put your fingers in the corner of your mouth and stretch your lips sideways to a wide grimace. Let go and suddenly blow out through your lips, vibrating them in the air. 2. Put your index finger against your front teeth and your lips as though you are miming brushing your teeth. Let your lips relax completely so that they fall on your finger. As though you were going to hum, let the vibrations flow through your mouth. Imagine the vibrations are toothpaste, your finger a toothbrush, and brush your teeth up and down, leaving the lips quite relaxed. Revert to a childlike state of playing with sounds between your fingers, your lips, and your teeth. Retain the relaxation of the lips. Move your finger and blow out through your lips with the vibrations. The resultant sound will start a loose sort of B, and then splutter and flutter into a vibration that lazily imitates that of a motor. Let this happen very loosely, as though your lips started in your cheeks, and feel the vibrations spread as far as possible over your face. It will probably tickle. Look in the mirror to make sure the corners of your lips are loose, not tucked in. Step 3. Blow out the lips on vibration, this time on pitch. Start with an easy mid-register pitch. On the same breath, bring the lips together in a hum, then open the lips and let the vibrations escape. Here now are the physical steps and physical awareness for this exercise. Loosen up extra vibrations on your lips by blowing through them. Gather those vibrations together on your lips where they touch each other. Let the vibrations escape as your lips open. Sustain the exercise with a long drawn-out sigh of relief under it. Then relax inside and let the breath drop in to replace what has been used, repeating on descending and ascending pitches. Take your time. Don't hurry the ingoing breath. Let the sequence of actions find their own pace and rhythm while you explore and becoming familiar with the vibrations. Step 4. Repeat step 1, observing any changes that you experience. You may, for instance, find that there are more vibrations naturally happening in the very front of the mouth. Move your lips around on a humming, as though savoring the taste of the vibrations before letting them escape. Vibrations thrive on having attention paid them. Become a connoisseur of vibrations. Taste them, spread them around your face, luxuriate in them, indulge them. Really bring your mind into your lips as they touch. Imagine your two lips as two slices of bread making your favorite sandwich. Imagine the vibrations as your favorite sandwich filling, peanut butter and jelly, mozzarella, honey, tuna. Focus on the taste of filling your sandwich as you hum. Now that sound is being prolonged through these three phases, touch of sound, vibrations gathering on the lips, and the escape of sound from the lips, you are naturally making more demands on your breathing. You have begun, in effect, to use longer sentences. They are primitive sentences, and the earlier exercises, or can be regarded as 3-word sentences. With an impulse to communicate, the faster thought-speech impulses in the brain can be conditioned into spontaneous integrations with breath, sound responses in the body. Be sure, therefore, in dealing with longer sentences, however primitive, to sustain the thought, which will automatically make the breath last. You need to never try to sustain the breath as such. The breath will serve a sustained thought. It is very important never to continue the sound until you run out of breath. Let each set of sounds have an easy rhythmic pattern that stimulates the breath but does not punish it. The breath serves the thought, and each thought has an intrinsic length. Each new thought has a new breath. Short thoughts have short breaths, medium thoughts have medium breaths, and long thoughts have long breaths. Seldom does an organic thought drive the brain through the last gasp. No purpose whatsoever is served by learning to sustain a breath over a longer and longer span of time. All that happens is that the natural elasticity of the breathing muscles is impaired, and capacity is reduced because the effort involved creates tension, and tension contracts. Everyone has a natural breathing capacity, which when free from inhibitory tension is fully capable of serving the individual emotional and imaginative capacity. The assumption here is that work on the voice is in the interest of the human truth it expresses. I shall use the suggestion, sigh out on a hum, sigh the sound into your head, and so on in the early exercises. This is to condition a combined muscular and emotional release at the beginning of every sound. The responsibility for sustaining the breath throughout the sentence is thus relegated to mental activity. There is a basic mental conditioning contained in the treatment of ha-hum as a sentence with a beginning, middle, and an end. The touch of sound, ha-ha, is the beginning, and the gathering of vibrations on the lips, is the middle. Escape the vibrations of the lips, ha, is the end. Through the application of awareness, your mind should be contained in each of the words that make up this sentence. This will program the unification of thought and sound. When you sigh with relief through each sentence, you involve yourself on a feeling level as well as a mental and physiological one. A sigh of relief is a very easy feeling to induce, and if you can commit yourself to that feeling as an integral component of these early exercises, you will be practicing the synthesis of feeling, thought, body, and voice in simple ways that will make it much easier for you to freely attack. Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more, or close up the wall with our English steed, or brave warriors, Clifford and Northumberlands, come make him stand upon this molehill here, when playing, respectively, Henry V or Queen Margaret in Henry VI, Part 3. Commentary. It is necessary to explain such phrases as sigh out on the pitch, let the sound happen on pitch, and let the sound continue on pitch. These phrases are used to avoid a conditioned response to the word sing. The immediate response to the idea of pitch for some people is I can't sing or I'm tone deaf, while others respond by producing sound quite differently from the way in which they should produce a speaking sound because they have been trained to sing. The word sing is too loaded because it's too loaded to be used casually in the present basic work. At this stage, there is no difference in physical procedures necessary for speaking or singer other than that in singing, a pitch is sustained, while in speaking, you can come off the pitch immediately. Speaking spontaneously engages half notes, quarter notes, eighth notes, and even 16th notes in inflection and intonation, while in conventional singing, whole, half, and quarter tones are predetermined and sustained. The speaking voice can, however, benefit from music, and the use of ascending and descending pitches introduces new notes and a fresh range of tonal possibilities that will automatically liven up your speaking voice in ways you could not consciously plan. At this point, the whole emphasis in the work is on physical awareness, and it helps to have variety in range and pitch while practicing the physical process. If you repeat an exercise only in your habitual speaking voice, you will tend to remain within your customary range and habitual patterns of inflection and never expand into unknown areas. Freeing the vibrations, head. At this stage, we will be freeing and amplifying the vibrations of the voice mainly while humming. The effective hum means that there is an open channel from the breathing area directly onto the lips. As we move from the awareness of a small vibration surface, the lips, to larger resounding surfaces, first the head and subsequently the whole body, make sure that the hum remains free of the tongue. Commentary. Humming is the sound that happens when the passageway through the mouth is blocked and sounds can only exit by way out the nose. But it is not enough to say the mouth is closed for a hum because the passageway through the mouth can be closed off by the lips or by the front of the tongue touching the front of the hard palate, the upper gum bridge, or by the back of the tongue touching the back of the hard palate, or the whole of the tongue being clamped to the roof of the mouth, and any combination of these positions. It is quite likely that your tongue is leading a secret, traitorous life, and that when you say to yourself, close your lips on the sound so that a hum occurs, some part of your tongue is also picking up the message and adding an or an to the To test this, look in a mirror. Sigh a hum onto your lips, and then open your lips, letting the sound release forward. Ah. Now put the back of your tongue up to touch the back of your hard palate, and probably the soft palate as well, in an sound. Really feel the touch between the tongue and the palate. Drop the back of your tongue and let the sound escape on an ah. Now put the front of your tongue up to the touch of the gum ridge, just behind your top teeth, in an sound. Really feel the touch between the front of the tongue and the gum ridge, and drop the front of your tongue and let the sound escape on an ah. Now play a mouth awareness game, looking in the mirror to see the part of your mouth that have sent the message to is actually doing the job. On a pitch, back of your tongue. Put the back of your tongue to the back of your hard palate. Now open ah. 2. Front of your tongue to your upper gum ridge. Now open ah. 3. On pitch, put the lips together. Now open ah. 4. On the pitch, put the lips together. Then add the back of the tongue on the back of the hard palate. Then open the lips, back of the tongue, hard palate remaining closed. Then open ah. So it will sound like ah. 5. Put pitch on the back of your tongue to the back of the hard palate. Then add the front of the tongue to the upper gum ridge. Then drop the back of your tongue while the front tongue upper gum ridge remains closed. Then open the to ah. So it will sound like ah. Lips together. 6. And add the back of the tongue to the back of the hard palate. Keep the lips together and open and close the back of the tongue and back of hard palate behind the closed lips. Register when the vibrations predominate, when the back of the tongue is up and when it is down. Clearly, the vibrations gather more into the nose when the back of the tongue is up and touching the soft palate, and focus much more into the lips when it is down. This final experience of the hum, when the lips are closed and there is this clear space between them, can be called the effective hum. The other hums are not wrong or illegal in any way. They just don't deliver vibrations as effectively into the front of the mouth. The effective hum is the one that heals and nourishes and strengthens the voice. Remember that no vibrations can exist freely unless breath is free. That is, to be sure to continue to create and recreate a sigh to fuel each new sound. Let us return to the vibrations that amplify sound, with an exploration of what happens when the whole head and neck area starts to relax. Tension, to a greater or lesser degree, is common in the back of the neck, the jaw, and throat. As long as such tension exists in such a vital part of the vocal channel, vibrations are trapped in contracted muscles. The job will be to release those vibrations by undoing the tension. The aim in the following exercises will be to relax the muscles of the neck and throat and, in a sense, to get rid of your head. Physiologically, you will be rolling your neck and your head around in a loose circle. Psychologically, you will be transferring yourself from your head to your middle, so that the controlling center is not in the shopping list part of the brain, but deep inside the body. We are going to be focusing attention on the back of the neck and picturing the top 7 vertebrae of the spine that compromises the neck. The topmost vertebrae is just up inside the skull, roughly on a level with your ears and nose. The vertebrae the bridge between the neck and body spine is the big one that sticks out at a shoulder level called the bull vertebrae. It is very visible in Spanish fighting bulls and combines a picture of strength and vulnerability. Here is a nerve plexus centered in this vertebrae that spreads its corolla up through the neck and into the shoulders and down between the shoulder blades. These nerves seem particularly sensitive to messages of anxiety, fear, and doubt from the brain, and they tell the surrounding muscles to tense up in a protective mode. The protective stance of hunched shoulders, short, stiff neck, and the rigid jaw then gives a message back to the brain of determination, belligerence, responsibility, and confidence. It is, I think, pure coincidence that the word shoulder contains the word should. A great deal of shoulder tension is holding all the things we know we should do, our responsibilities, goals, and ambitions. With the triangle of tension going from the base of the skull, down the neck, and out to the end points of the shoulders, it is hard for messages to flow freely from the brain through the spinal cord into the rest of the body. For a free and expressive voice, we want impulses to be able to travel unimpeded back and forth between the solar plexus diaphragm region and the brain. For the actor, this neck and shoulder tension can be kind of Bermuda Triangle, where creative impulses sink without a trace. Annihilated by tension, the impulses never reach their creative destination. With all this in mind, to add motivation and interest to the next activity, here it is. Step 5. Stand easily with your feet just apart, your spine long and your stomach muscles relaxed. Let the whole neck drop forward, giving in to gravity. Feel the weight of your head pulling on the bull vertebrae. Picture the 7 vertebrae of the neck and roll them to the right until they hang over your right shoulder with the head heavy and your right ear directly over your shoulder. Register the stretch on the muscles and tendons in the left side of your neck as your head drops heavily to the right and the left shoulder drops toward the floor. Check in a mirror to see whether you are facing straight forward. Facing straight forward will give the optimum stretch to the muscles and tendons on the left side of your neck. Let the neck fall forward again with head dropping heavily to gravity, and then let the neck and head roll over to your left shoulder. Register the stretch in the right side of your neck. Right shoulders dropped, head dropped in the opposite direction, side neck muscles stretching between the two. Now, maintaining the picture of the right side of your neck as very long, float the neck up until it is in alignment with the rest of your spine and your head balanced on top. Drop the neck heavily forward and roll it to the right shoulder. Feel the stretch, and then, maintaining the picture of the left side of your neck as very long, float the neck up until it is in alignment with the rest of your spine with your head balanced on top. Picture the very long sides of your neck. Keep your upper spine long. Don't collapse. Slowly now, keep the sides of your neck long. Lengthen your neck backwards. Do not let the neck collapse. Let your jaw relax and your mouth drop open. Picture your throat stretched, making the front of your neck very long. Now, roll your neck up over one shoulder. Let it drop forward while noticing the length of the back of the neck and then continuing rolling on to the other shoulder. Maintaining a picture of the sides, front, and back of your neck lengthening and shortening as they move from shoulder to shoulder and forward and then back, roll your very long neck around in a big circle, first in one direction, then the other. You roll your neck and your head goes with it. Roll your neck and head loosely from right to left, then from left to right onto your shoulders. Feel the stretch in the opposite muscles and tendons when it is on the shoulder. When the neck is back, let your mouth and throat drop open. When it is on the shoulder, feel the stretch, and when it is forward, feel how heavy it is. Let the neck be active and the head passive. If you think about rolling the head, you will tend to twist the neck and involve only the top 3 or 4 vertebrae. The neck should be moving from the bull vertebrae that sits at the bottom of the neck and top of the body spine. You can check to see whether you are involving the neck as fully as possible by noticing where your face is in relation to your shoulder as you roll over to the side. You should, if you are really releasing the neck from its base, be looking straight ahead as you go over the shoulder. If your head is the activator, you will tend to be looking at the shoulder or at the floor as you go over to the sides. Your earlobe should be directly above the shoulder in the side position. Another checkpoint. Roll the neck and head slowly, heavily, in a big loose circle from right to left several times. Roll from left to right several times. Then roll a little faster, allowing gravity and momentum to take over. Remember that the objective in rolling the neck and head is to relax the muscles at the back of the neck and to begin to release the throat, tongue, larynx, and jaw. That is, to free the channel through which sound travels. Step 6. Let the head be dropped forward for a moment. Focus your mind firmly on the back of your neck and bring it back up through the neck vertebrae until the neck is in alignment with the rest of the spine and the head is balanced easily on the top vertebrae. Tune into the breathing center and sigh a hum on a sustained pitch from there onto your lips. As soon as you feel the vibrations on your lips, drop your neck and head forward and roll them around in a loose circle as explored in Step 5. Remind your throat to drop open behind your closed lips as your neck rolls around. When you get to the end of the sigh and an easy neck head roll, relax in your middle and let the breath drop back in. Again, sigh a hum onto your lips and picture it reverberating through the whole head. Drop your neck and head forward and roll around the other way. Relax for a new breath. Hum again, on pitch, and roll in the other direction. Don't go too long on each breath. Let your breath have its own life without pushing till you are empty. Find a new pitch for each new head roll, going up 3 or 4 notes, then down 3 or 4 notes. Despite the fact that your lips are now closed in a form of hum, you let your throat and jaw relax open behind them as your head rolls over backward. Your lips are elastic enough to cover the gap, and the effect is similar to stifling a yawn in polite company, keeping the lips together, but yawing somewhere in the recess of your throat. Step 7. Bring your neck into alignment with the rest of your spine. Sigh a hum on pitch into your head and feel your fingers all the different places that are vibrating with sound. Touch your lips, cheeks, nose, forehead, top of the skull, back of your neck, throat, and chest. Take enough time to explore fully, both with your fingertips and your awareness, how the vibrations feel in the different places. You will notice that the vibrations are much stronger in some places than in others. But don't be prejudiced in favor of the strong ones. Get to know the quality of the lighter, weaker vibrations as well as the rich, strong ones, with the added awareness of all the places you have explored tactilely. Again, roll your head and neck on a hum. Sigh the hum out. Remind your throat to stay open. Let awareness replace the touch of your fingers. With awareness, register the vibration in your lips, your face, your skull, your throat, and your chest. Roll your head in the other direction, humming on a new pitch. Notice the emphasis of vibration shifting according to whether your head is dropped, forward, or backward. Picture the vibrations like ball bearings inside a big ball, shifting and rolling as the ball rolls. Repeat several times in alternating directions. Step 7. Then, standing with an awareness of your breath balanced lightly on top of your neck, repeat the hums practice in Step 3, with the physical awareness of all the vibrations that you felt in your head now pouring into your speaking voice. Indulge the feeling of sound and realize that this is your voice. Feel and picture the vibrations flowing out from all sides of your head. Keep reminding yourself that you are not just doing vocal exercises. You are aiming to free your natural speaking voice. Beyond that, the aim is to free yourself through your voice. Although I can give clues as to how to achieve those aims physiologically, only you know what they might mean for you psychologically. After each exercise, find a perfectly simple, personal thing to say and say it out loud, with an awareness of what you have just been doing technically. Sigh with relief through the touch of sound. Haha. Wallow in vibration on Let the vibrations escape into the air on Let the breath replace, and then sigh out. That feels good, with the same physical awareness that you had on Or sigh out, I wish I knew what I was doing, or I'm hungry and I want my dinner, or anything that expresses the feeling you have in this moment. Relax, shake yourself, move about, jump up and down, and stop concentrating. You have loosened the lips in order to free vibrations from them. You have loosened your head and neck in order to free vibrations from them. You have been checking to see that there are no tension, murdering vibrations in the area of your lips and your neck and your head. Freeing the vibrations, body. In step 9, you will be loosening the whole body to free more vibrations from an even larger area. The progression of exercises from the lips to head to body moves logically from small awareness to larger to large. Vibrations thrive and multiply as attention is paid them. As specific tensions are noticed and removed, the conditions are enhanced for releasing vibrations that can amplify basic sound. Step 9. Stand easily with your spine long and your head floating up of the topmost vertebrae. Relax your stomach muscles so that the natural rhythm of breathing takes over. Choose an easy mid-register pitch and sigh with a big, easy hum on your lips. As you let your head and neck drop heavily forward, you immediately give in to the weight of your head and drop down through the spine. Hang from your tailbone with your head down. Let your breath replace. Breathe naturally as you hang upside down. Make sure your neck is relaxed and your knees are bent so that you are comfortably balanced. Sigh a new hum as you hang upside down and notice how the vibrations behave in this position. Hum again as you hang there and gently shake your body loose. Where do the vibrations predominate? Let the breath replace. Sigh a new hum or another note and build up your spine to a standing position as you hum. Register the shifting emphasis of the vibrations as you come up to standing. Where do the vibrations predominate when you are upside down? Where do they arrive when you are upright again? Do not take too long building up the spine. If the breath does not last easily, let a new breath in. If you build slowly, you should allow yourself 2 or 3 breaths. If you go faster, you can do it in 1. Do not hang upside down for too long or you will become unnecessarily dizzy. Take it easy, explore the sensations. Repeat the process, dropping down the spine on a hum and building it up again, on different pitches within a low register. Next, drop down the spine on a hum. Let an easy breath come in. Sigh out on a new hum. Uncurl your spine quickly, and when you reach the top, let your mouth drop open so that the sound can escape. Imagine that in the course of dropping down your spine, which was established as a relaxation exercise for the whole body, you are freeing vibrations from your whole torso. Imagine that when you reach the upright position again, all those free, loose vibrations are thriving inside your body, but are trapped by your lips and longing to be free of you. When you open your lips, you allow all the vibrations that were imprisoned inside you to escape into the air. Play with the whole process again, dropping down your spine on the hum, relaxing for a new breath, coming up on the hum, and releasing the vibrations through open lips when you are upright. Develop an interest in the vibrations and what they feel like, as though they had their life of their own and that you can encourage that with relaxation or diminish with effort and tension. Personalize the vibrations so that you may be pleasurably involved with them. Let them warm you up or cool you down. Let them tickle you in surprising parts of your body. Give them colors. Let them pick up your moods, thus producing a feeling that can underlie the exercise. From the simple game of connection between imagination and vibration, you can practice freeing your feelings through your voice. The introduction of the word feelings into a supposedly technical exercise from vibrations leads me to underline the premise that this voice technique uses the imagination to unify in one place within the body, mind, feeling, breath, and sound. It is an economical way of looking at the process of communication. Feelings are an integral part of the technique. Commentary on vibrations, connections, and the inner abdominal breathing muscles. I suggest that vibrations can travel through all the bones of your body, if you want them to. Cartilage and bone are made of perfect material for conducting vibrations. If you imagine vibrations flowing through the bones of your body, you open your mind to a sensory and imagistic connection that can then automatically translate the content of a text into the experience of that text in a physical, emotional, and sensory terms. These psychophysical voice experiences form a vibrant foundation for the actor's craft. I'm now going to invite you to connect the humming exercises to the diagonal stretch experiences introduced in Workday 3. Involuntary breathing mechanisms of the body are comprised of three distinct muscles behaviors: diaphragmatic, intercostal, and inner abdominal. The inner abdominal muscles are knit into the underfloor of the diaphragm and run diagonally down into the lower spine and then connected with the muscles of the pelvic floor. Part of the structure of these inner abdominal breathing muscles is formed by tendon muscles called crura. There are crura in various parts of the body. For example, a crura of the diaphragm, crura cerebri, crura of the corpora cavernosa, crura fornicis, etc. In the respiratory system, the diaphragm is connected to the spine by two pillars or crura, tendons, musculature that connects the diaphragm to the lumbar vertebrae. They can be subdivided into the right and left crus. Their major function is to connect the diaphragm to the spine. The right crus has more extensive origin than the left. This is because the liver is right-sided, and the key action of the right crus is to aid the descent of the liver with inspiration. Now the thing that is of deep interest in the experimental wisdom of how the voice works is that the diaphragm houses the great nerve center of the solar plexus, and that the inner abdominal muscles weave themselves around the smaller but arguably even more powerful nerve center, whose home is in the beautiful triangular bone at the base of the spine called the sacrum. Solar means of the sun. Sacrum means holy place. Western empiricism tells us that our emotions are palpably registered in the solar plexus, suggesting that our emotions are to us equivalent of the life-giving force of the sun to the earth. It is also an inescapably experimental fact that the creative force of sexual energies emerges from the sacral nerve center. The sacrum houses many of our deepest, most instinctive urges. The sacral nerve center is the practical, autonomic home of instinct, intuition, and creativity. It seems clear that both sexual and the deepest artistic impulses spring from the sacral nerve center. Creativity is procreative, however expressed. The breathing muscles are connected to the sacrum relay instinctive, intuitive, and creative messages from the brain to body and to voice. These are the inner abdominal breathing muscles, which include the crura. The breathing muscle that is connected to the solar plexus relays emotional messages from brain to body to voice. This is the diaphragm breathing muscle. The breathing muscles, connected most directly and extensively to the lungs, provide capacity and power that serves the larger needs of the instincts and the emotions. These are the intercostal breathing muscles. Experimentally, one or another of the areas may be predominant according to the nature of the communication, and the responses in the volume of breath will be larger or smaller according to the stimulus. But free, impulse-connected breathing involves all these muscle groups in simultaneous reflexive responses. This dissection of function is too neat to describe the complexities of the breathing process, but will perhaps contribute to a partial roadmap of the geography of mind, body, and voice. While external abdominal muscles can control breathing, either consciously or through habitual tension, our goal in this work is to stimulate and connect with the inner involuntary systems. I would now like to lead you through the mental, physical exercises that are particularly aimed at a reconditioned connection between you and your sacral breathing, which means you and your instinctive life. Work floor, connecting voice, with the inner abdominal breathing muscles. My students enjoy these exercises as much for sheer pleasure and sensuality as for the vocal results. To begin with, the aim is to connect the experience of vibrations on the lips with the visualizations of the diagonal stretch, hip sockets, and the pelvic floor. The lips are the portal to the outside world. They lead to extroversion. The mind must be able to hold in awareness, the internal source point, and the externalizing arrival point to achieve the maximum power of communication. Preparation. Lie down on the floor. Use the picture of the marionettist in the sky to achieve the most economical execution of the diagonal stretch. Knees to the right, head to the left. Then, let the thought of a long sigh of vibrationary relief spark sound in the right hip socket and flow through the long, broad river channel from hip socket to shoulder socket. As the vibrations reach the mouth, close the lips and feel the vibrations on the lips and in the head, and then open the lips and let the vibrations escape. Let the sigh impulse reconnect down to the hip socket. Reveal this several times on different pitches, still in a low register. Let the marionettist bring you over to the other diagonal stretches. Recreate the experience of sound starting in the hip socket and sighing through onto the lips and out. Try it on different pitches. Float to the knees, to the middle, over the belly, feet off the floor, and drop the feet to the floor. Float the right knee up over the belly. Clasp your hand over the front of your knee, fingers laced. Picture clearly the place where the top of your thigh bone goes into your hip socket. Feed a sigh of relief, without sound, down into the hip socket. As it releases, shake your knee with your hands so that the top of your thigh bone shakes the breath from the hip socket out through your mouth. If your hands directly influence your knee and thigh bone, the breath will loosely shudder throughout the length of the body and out into the air in the front of your face. The movement in your hands is more vibration than a violent shake. The shoulders must stay loose and uninvolved. As you do this, you are committing your mind to casual impulse that starts deep in the inner abdominal breathing musculature and meets no blockage on the way out through the length of the body. Drop the right foot to the floor. Float the left knee up over the belly, hands clasped over the front of the knee. Repeat the sighing, vibrating breath experience. Drop the left foot through the floor. Again, float the right knee up over the belly and drop the clasped hands over the knee. Feed in the sigh to the hip socket and find vibrations of sound. With your hands, shake and vibrate the sound out from the hip pocket all the way out through the longer inner channels of the torso, onto the lips and out. Hum. This exercise shakes the hum from your hip socket to your lips and then out into the space beyond your lips. This ensures that there are no blockages anywhere to be encountered between hip socket and lips because the vibrations jiggle, wobble, shudder, or shake as they escape under the influence of the shuddering thigh bone. Drop the right foot to the floor and repeat with the left knee, thigh bone, and hip socket. Repeat several times on each side, going down on pitch, then up, then down again as you change legs. Then drop both feet to the floor. Then focus into a picture of your whole bony pelvic structure. With your feet flat on the floor, knees up, float your pelvis 2 inches up of the floor. Picture your pelvis as if it were an old-fashioned garden swing, hanging from the supporting struts of your thigh bones. Gently bounce the pelvic swing up and down. Lay the pelvic swing back on the ground. Let the sigh impulse go all the way down into the pelvic floor where it turns into the vibrations of sound. Ha. Close your lips on a hum that floats the pelvic garden. Swing up 2 centimeters off the floor and gently bounce this pelvic swing up and down, bouncing the vibrations as pleasurably as one might bounce small children on a swing. Then, as you return the pelvic swing to the ground, new breath impulse enters with a new pitch, and the sound is again bounced gently from the pelvic swing onto the lips and out. Repeat several times with new pitches every time. Relax back onto the floor, retaining a clear picture of sound impulse penetrating down from the pelvic floor and release a sighing. Hum. Feel the resultant vibrationary flow of voice arriving clearly on the lips and moving from there out into the air. Slowly roll onto your hands and knees, and from there find your way back to standing with as economical a use of muscular effort as possible, your head coming up last. Keeping your sense of self and impulse source as deep in the body as possible, repeat the touch of sound and the amplification of vibrations standing. Hum. Try it on several different pitches. Shake the vibrations out through your whole body, bouncing your knees and then your shoulders. Notice what fresh, new, or different experiences of sound have occurred. Speak them. Speak a few lines of text. Write down in your journal the new physical experience of your voice. Draw a new picture of your voice. Practice. A combination of all the exercises learned on day 1 through 4 for a week. You may make use of the intermission warm-up outlined next. Intermission warm-up. I will now arrange a short warm-up comprised of the exercises explored up to this point. This will be a suggested pattern of work combining the movements and sounds that must be repeated regularly if they are to reprogram the communicative channels, with accompanying reminders as to where the attention should focus at any particular moment. Work out for relaxation, the spine, the head, breathing, touch of sound, humming. Lie on your back on the floor. Choose, from memory, a place that gives you a particularly good sense of peace, tranquility, and relaxation. Lying on a beach, in a green meadow in the sun, on a boat, but not in your bed. Imagine you are lying in that place and can give your limbs up and let your muscles relax. It helps to have the sun or a warm fire in your picture. Take time to let your mind move slowly through your body and from your toes to the top of your head, undoing any tiny pockets of tension that you find in the course of the journey. If you do this in the context of a clearly visualized and remembered place that you like, the process of specific relaxation will probably be accompanied by feelings of pleasure. Allow these feelings to color as much of the subsequent work as possible. Turn your attention to the tiny involuntary rise and fall of natural, relaxed breathing deep in the center of your body. Let your lips fall apart and feel the outgoing breath escape over the front of your mouth, making a small as it leaves your body. Wait for the breath to replace in its own time. Continue your awareness of the natural breathing rhythm until it seems genuinely to have found its own pace and place deep inside. Introduce the picture of the marionettist in the sky, and let him float your knees up over your belly and over to the right in a comfortable diagonal stretch. Feel and picture a sigh impulse going deep down into the right hip socket and release the sigh on breath. No sound. Let the next sigh impulse connect the feeling of relief with the vibrations of sound, starting in the hip socket and flowing through the long diagonal river channel through the torso and out through the mouth. Repeat in the left diagonal stretch. Float the legs back over to the right diagonal and let the thought of a long sigh of vibrationary relief start in the right hip pocket and flow through the long, broad river channel from hip socket to shoulder socket as the vibrations reach the mouth. Close the lips and feel the vibrations on the lips and in the head, and then open the lips and let the vibrations escape. And let the sigh impulse reconnect down to the hip socket. Repeat this experience several times on different pitches in a low register. Let the marionettist bring you over to the other diagonal stretch. Recreate the experience of sound starting in the hip socket and sighing on to the lips and out. Try it on different pitches. Float the knees to the middle, over your belly, feet off the floor, and drop the feet to the floor. Float the right knee up over the belly. Clasp your hands over the front of the knee, fingers laced. Feed a sigh of relief, without sound, down into the hip socket as it releases. Shake your knee with your hands so that the top of your thigh bone shakes the breath from the hip socket out through your mouth. Drop your right foot to the floor. Float the left knee up over the belly. Hands clasped over the front knee. Repeat the sighing, vibrating breath experience. Drop the left foot to the floor. Again, float the right knee over the belly and drop your clasped hands over the knee. Feed in the sigh to the hip socket and find vibrations of sound. With your hands, shake and vibrate the sound from the hip socket all the way out through the long inner channels of the torso, onto the lips and out. Repeat. Then drop the right foot to the floor and repeat with the left knee, thigh bone, and hip socket. Repeat several times on each side. Then drop both feet to the floor. Next, focus into a picture of your whole body bony pelvic structure. Feet flat on the floor, knees up. Let the sigh impulse go all the way down into the pelvic floor where it turns to the vibrations of sound. Close your lips on a hum that floats the pelvic garden swing up 2 inches off the floor and gently bounce the pelvic swing up and down, bouncing the vibrations out. Then, as you return the pelvic swing to the ground, a new breath impulse enters with a new pitch, and the sound is again bounced gently from the pelvic swing onto the lips and out. Repeat several times with new pitches each time. Relax the pelvis down onto the floor. Now, move your mind's eye from the pelvic floor to the center of the diaphragm. Be aware of the tiny movement of the natural rhythm and breathing in that center. Notice that the movement of the diaphragm is horizontal within the body and that it is reflected in an up and down movement on the external abdominal wall. Now, let the thought impulse of an unformed, neutral sound enter the breathing center so that the outgoing breath is turned into vibration. Ha, ha. Repeat the thought impulse on each outgoing breath in the rhythm of your natural breathing. Alternate ha, ha, and to see how close you can stay to the sensation of just breathing when you add sound. Make sure the ha, ha is a pure sound and the is a pure breath. It sometimes helps to think of sound as black, breath as white, and a breathy mixed sound as gray. All that is needed to achieve a black sound while releasing the breath is a really clear thought. If your sounds are gray, you are probably concentrating too much on relaxation for its own sake and not enough on what you want to do through that relaxation. Now introduce the thought of descending pitches. Start on the comfortable mid-register note and gradually drop down, if possible, semitone by semitone or tone by tone, and so on, until the sound is so low and loose that it almost gargles. See how low you can go without pushing down. Relax deeper and deeper inside your body for the deeper sounds. As soon as you feel you have to strain at all, start moving up in pitch again. Stay with the natural breathing rhythm. Speak the sound again. Ha, ha. Then slowly begin to get up the floor, economically, rolling first onto your hands and knees and uncurling up the spine, maintaining as much relaxation as possible and leaving your head to last. Stand, feet just apart. Yawn and stretch through your body. Stretch up to the ceiling, elbows, wrists, and hands. Then let your hands drop till they hang off from your wrists. Wrists and forearms drop till they hang from your elbows. Upper arms drop till they hang from your shoulders. Your head drops. The top of the spine gives in to the weight of the shoulders. The head drags on the spine vertebrae by vertebrae until the whole torso drops. Hanging head downward from the tailbone. Feed a deep sigh into your back, then let your diaphragm give in to gravity as the breath releases. Then build your spine up, vertebrae by vertebrae. Head floats up on top. Stomach muscles stay loose. Knees are free. Spine is long. Breathe easily, giving into the involuntary rhythm. Introduce small Introduce the touch of sound. Ha, ha. Ha, hum. Blow out through the lips without sound to loosen them. Move all the face muscles around. Blow out through the lips on sound. Repeat on descending pitches. Now speak it. Hum. Do the same with physical awareness as you when you sustained the pitch. Relax for a new breath. Now speak it again. Hum. Do it with conversational inflection. Ask a question through. Hum. As if a friend has asked, "How was your day today?" Describe your day entirely on hums, with a new breath impulse for each new thought impulse. Once again, hum. As soon as you think about speaking, your focus tends to move up into your face. Clearly send the question impulse down to the feeling breathing center and let the question breath vibration response flow up and out through the torso, throat, and mouth. Add surprise, urgency, doubt, or amusement to the question, and the central connection will be pinpointed by feeling content. Drop your neck and head heavily forward, and then roll them loosely around in a wide circle to relax the neck and throat muscles. Circle your neck and head in other directions. Sigh a hum on an easy pitch as you roll over your head and neck. With a new note, a new breath impulse, and a new hum, roll your neck and head in the other direction. Repeat 4 or 5 hums on different pitches, with your head rolling in alternating directions. Memo: check that you are humming on a pure Only the lips should be touching to form the hum. The tongue should not be touching the roof of the mouth in the middle, the sides, or the back. There should be space behind the lips, clear down to the breathing center. Roll your head a few more times on different pitches and be aware of all of the above. Memo: don't squeeze the breath out of the last drop. Stop before getting tight inside. Induce a genuine sigh impulse under each new breath so that the exercise does not become mechanical. Have the courage to let your head drop at the front. If you are saving your head, you are probably also tightening your jaw or throat or tongue. Bring your neck up so that your head finds its balance point. Describe how loud you feel, what you feel, spontaneously and immediately without censoring it. Release the sound of how you feel into your voice. Now again, sigh the hum from your middle, and this time let your head drop forward as the hum continues. Let the weight of your head take you all the way down your spine until you are hanging head downward, humming. Feel the vibrations dropping out through the top of your head. Register whatever sensations occur. Make sure your knees are silently bent. Weight balanced between the heels and the balls of the feet. Stomach muscles relaxed. Let the breath replace. Notice that in this position, your back can respond to your breathing needs more freely than the front of your body can. Take advantage of this awareness. Sigh a new hum onto your lips and build your spine up again to standing. And when upright, let your lips open to swallow the sound to escape, to allow the sound to escape. Relax inside to let your breath replace. Then, on a slightly higher pitch, repeat the exercise. Drop down through the spine on a hum, a new breath at the bottom, induce a new hum. Coming up the spine humming. At the top, let the mouth drop easily open, releasing the sound. Let what is happening to your body affect the sound. You may wish to preserve the sound in a straight, unwavering line, but that is a false sense of control. Whatever the body does should affect the sound. So let the vibrations get moved around and shaken as your body drops down. Alternate the humming and head rolling, and the humming and dropping down through the spine on the changing pitches. Begin to explore slightly higher notes in the context of this exercise. As you open at the top, bounce your knees, bounce your shoulders, jump up and down, release more and more free energy. Use your awareness in speaking again. Hum. Finally, speak a poem, a speech, or some dialogue from a play while 1. On the floor in a diagonal stretch. 2. Bouncing the pelvis. 3. Feeling the connection of the diaphragm center, hand on the abdominal wall, feeling the drop with each outgoing thought. 4. Bringing the connective picture into an upright standing position. 5. Bouncing the knees as you speak the text. 6. Bouncing the shoulders as you speak the text. 7. Jumping up and down as you speak the text. The aim should be to find freedom physically to express the freedom of your imagination. Your body may provide new ideas and inspiration of which your brain may not be aware if you give it the opportunity. When you come back to a text, you should focus all your interest in the content and meaning of the text, and be prepared to judge whether your voice has been freed at all by the subjective criterion of your enjoyment of your work. The second 4 weeks of work. Freeing the channel. What is the channel? Work on voice must fluctuate between freeing the breathing muscles that deal with the source of sound and freeing the throat, tongue, and jaw muscles that are part of the channel through which the sound travels. We have dealt with, to a certain extent, with how to release the breath more fully, thereby providing essential support for sound. There are, however, many muscles that wrongly consider their help vital as voice makes its journey through the body. As long as the muscles of the jaw, tongue, and throat provide support for sound, the breath will remain lazy in the performance of its duties. It is important, but sometimes difficult, to become aware of such false support in order to remove it and focus on the work where it belongs. Work on the channel is, in a sense, passive. Work on the source, active. Passive and active messages must be sent simultaneously. Relax the channel, stimulate the source. Gradually, as the source support, the breath, becomes surer, the channel muscles can take a much needed rest and become available for their true functions. Generally speaking, the jaw's true function are A. To hold teeth and chew food, and B. To widen the exit when some powerful emotional vocal content needs to escape. The tongue's true effort in speaking is to articulate vowels and consonants. The throat is composed of many elements that will become familiar as we progress. We will start with the jaw. Workday 5. Freeing the channel, jaw awareness and relaxation. Getting rid of tension, prison gate or open door. Prepare to work for 1 hour. Our first step will be to break down the general picture of the head and neck. The skull is split in two large bony structures joined by a hinge. As both these structures have teeth, and as the words head and skull are too general, I shall call one the top jaw and the other the bottom jaw for the time being. It is helpful to imagine the bottom jaw as being hooked onto the top jaw, rather like a false beard right beside the ears. The actual connection fits a small bone at the back of the lower jaw into an inverted horseshoe indentation in the upper jaw. There is plenty of play in the hook mechanism, or hinge, and the most effective space between the top and bottom jaws is created when the bottom jaw drops down and back. It is much more common to find that it goes down and forward when the mouth opens wide, despite the fact that it has to be pushed to get there, making a very inelastic passageway that allows too slow a response for changing demands of communication. The natural, but not necessarily familiar, drop for the bottom jaw is toward the back of the neck. This happens when the muscles in the hinge are fully relaxed. Yet tension in the jaw is so common that ligaments shorten, muscles contract, effort is needed to open the mouth, and the effort can push the jawbone forward. Messages to the jaw are complicated by the knowledge that opening your mouth involves the jaw, and open your mouth wider is the careless advice given by choir masters, singing teachers, and frustrated directors who can't hear a word the actor is saying. The unconscious image evoked by that admonition deals with the front of the face, and yet the essential space needed is at the back of the mouth, not the front. Indeed, trying to open wide in front can mean closing more at the back through sheer effort, thus defeating the main objective, which is to give the voice more room in the throat. The muscles joining the top jaw and the bottom jaw are complexly interwoven with those spreading through the face and the back of the neck. They run vertically, horizontally, diagonally, internally, and externally. To get maximum response in this top part of the voice channel, it helps to think of the bottom jaw as dropping and the top jaw as lifting from as far back as possible. The top jaw action takes some of the burden of the bottom jaw as far as supplying space is concerned, diminishes the danger of pressing the tongue and larynx down, which can cause strain, suggesting spaces in the upper pharynx as added passages for sound. The movement, up and back as well as down and back, when taken to an extreme, resembles instinctual reflex movements in response to large emotional impulses of fear, anger, grief, and joy. This can easily be seen in animals, a lion roaring, a dog attacking, a cat spitting in self-defense. It can also be seen in the extremes of human emotions that are expressed in screaming or howling. The faces of people screaming with hysterical joy at a rock concert or with hysterical fear and pain in a battle move into similar muscle configurations, whatever the specific emotional content. In a small child, it is possible to see how the face reveals the nuance of intensifying feelings through a gradual opening of the face. But as we mature, our guarded defenses condition our faces, throats, and jaws against moving in those directions, except in uncontrolled response to violent stimulus. It is almost impossible to express subtle and median feelings accurately and openly because the muscles have learned to behave in ways that disguise rather than reveal. To disguise the rictus of fear, the upper lip learns to stiffen bravely. To disguise the pleasure felt when one is complimented, the corners of the lips turn deprecatingly downward rather than up in a smile. To preserve the impression that one knows what is going on under his circumstance, the middle of the face immobilizes into impassivity, quelling the ripples of anxiety, questioning, or naive response that might give one away in a hostile world. Sometimes a fixed smile of eternal appeasement imprints itself on the face of one who fears the strength of his or others' anger to kill or be killed. One of the strongest and most universal muscular defense systems is the jaw hinges. Clenching the teeth is a sure way to avoid opening the throat wide enough for a scream of fear to escape. So a bulging jaw muscle comes to represent bravery and strength. The rage is nailed down in the muscles of the jaw. When the camera zooms in for a close-up of a set jaw, you know that the battle will commence and the strong man will win. If the jaw muscle twitches, however, you must infer some conflicting emotion and inner struggle, even a little neurosis. He bit back the anger that rose in him. She bit her handkerchief to stifle her sobs. A piece of wood or a bullet, bite the bullet, was put between the teeth of those about to be operated on before the days of anesthetics, partly to prevent the patients from biting their own tongues, partially to keep them from screaming. We have been conditioned, subtly and not so subtly, to use the jaw more as an iron gate to be slammed shut against the onslaught of emotions than as a wide-flung portal through which imprisoned feelings can leap to freedom. Few of us, after the age of 6 or 7, have the opportunity to scream daily, in joy or anger, or indeed to howl with laughter more than once or twice a week if lucky. Natural exercise for the jaw muscles is hard to come back, and stretching so seldom, they lose their elasticity and length. We do yawn, which is a help, but even that superbly therapeutic action is apt to be curtailed so as not to offend others. As you begin to work to free the jaw, the tongue, and the throat, you will probably start to yawn a great deal. Indulge your yawns, encourage them, expand them. They stimulate circulation by increasing oxygen intake, and they provide a spontaneous natural stretch for the important channel muscles more discreetly than by screaming regularly. More than yawning is going to be necessary if the actor is to recondition the response of the jaw muscles to the impulse of feeling. Such reconditioning must happen because that which helps one to cope emotionally in terms of society can block one disastrously in terms of the theater. The first thing to do are to learn how to relax the jaw muscles and to learn to recognize the tension when it occurs in that somewhat hidden area. Clench your back teeth and bite hard. Bite and relax several times, and with your fingers, feel the jaw muscles as they bunch and release below the ear. Now, yawn and put your fingers in your ears as your jaw opens. You will feel a bony hinge movement both inside and outside your ears. This is where to put your mind when you are asked to let the jaw relax. For jaw awareness, step 1. For jaw awareness and relaxation, put the heel of your hands on the jaw hinge area on either side of your face. With small circular motion, massage your jaw muscles. Next, pressing quite heavily into the cheeks, smooth the bottom jaw down away from the top jaw until the mouth hangs loosely open. Imagine that your bottom jaw has no muscles of its own and depends solely on your hand for movement. Put the back of your hand under the bottom jaw, and with your hand, lift the jaw up until the back teeth touch lightly. Leave your jaw heavy and slack. If your front teeth touch, you may be pushing the jaw forward. It is relatively rare for the jaw to be set far enough forward for the front teeth to meet in a natural bite. Let it be the back teeth that touches, not the lips. If you take your hand away from the jaw, the jaw must drop, given the imaginary circumstances of having no muscles of its own. Take your hand away. Your jaw will drop. Imagine little lead weights being attached to the back angle of your jawbone, below the ears, so that it relaxes down farther. With the back of the hand, lift the jaw back up. Take the hand away so that the jaw drops. With the hand, lift the jaw up. Repeat several times. Your mind should be observing the result of this process in the jaw hinges. Without having to push the jaw down actively, the ligaments and muscles within the hinge mechanism should be getting gently stretched by the weight of the bone dragging at them. If you attempt this stretch by actively exercising the jaw, you will impair the muscular elasticity and increase the muscular control. We are looking for an opening that does not take the jawbone out of its inverted horseshoe groove in the bottom of the skull. Step 2. With your neck long and your head floating, put your thumbs under your jawbone and your fingers on top of it so that you have a firm grip on the jawbone on either side of your chin. Your hands are again providing the muscles for the bottom jaw. Start with the teeth closed lightly. Throughout the exercise, the actual jaw muscles are acted upon. They do not perform the movements. Without moving the bottom jaw at all, lift the top jaw up of the bottom jaw until your mouth is open. Using your hands, lift the bottom jaw up to meet the top jaw so that the teeth touch at the back. Without moving the bottom jaw again, lift the top jaw up and off the bottom jaw until the mouth is open. Once more, with your hands, lift the bottom jaw up to the top jaw. At this point, your head should be as far back as it can go. With your hands, bring your bottom jaw down. Your head will now be back, your mouth wide open, and your jaw still in the grip of your hands. Keep your bottom jaw where it is. Bring your top jaw up and over onto the bottom jaw. Question: where are the muscles that move the top jaw? Try to exercise again and try to find out through your own observation before going on. This whole exercise is more mental than physical because it asks the mind to reroute its message and relabel the destinations of those messages. It cannot, therefore, be performed mechanically. Having redone the preceding top jaw, bottom jaw exercise steps, perhaps you have found that the muscles in moving the top jaw are in the back of the neck. There may be some sense also of muscle activity just under the cheekbone as part of the top jaw movement. Repeat the whole process, clearly sending the messages first to the hands and then to the back of the neck, to the hands, to the back of the neck, and so on. As the back of the neck takes on more responsibility for supporting the top jaw, the skull, the actual jaw muscles will be able to release more. Step 3. Think of lengthening the back of the neck to provide a strong support for the whole head. Take hold of the bottom jaw with both hands and find a gentle swing that takes it down and back and then up again. Be aware that you are loosening the jaw muscles inside the grooved hinge that connects the jaw to the skull. Memo: don't waste time moving it from side to side. We do not use that movement in speaking, and it is too forceful and dislocating to be helpful in relaxing. Don't move the jaw up and down with its own muscles during this exercise. You will only make them more efficient in controlling and defending your communication. Now is the moment to reconnect with your breathing and with the source of sound so that you may persuade the jaw that it has nothing to do with the basic formation of sound. In the story of the chocolate chip cookie, it was the wonderfully adaptable, eager to help muscles of the jaw, tongue, and throat that intervene between the pang and the wail and save the small child from the danger of emotional expression. They did well to do so, but now you have a choice. You can continue to be forever protected, or you can enter the complex, sometimes chaotic realm of your emotional world and learn to navigate within it. Within emotional turmoil lie the seeds of creation. Take hold of the bottom jaw with both hands and gently discover a way to swing it that takes it down and back and then up again. Slowly loosen and shake the jaw freely. Be aware of the space between the upper jaw and lower jaw. Picture the roof of your mouth belonging to your upper jaw and your tongue belonging to your lower jaw. Picture the space between the two jaws and sigh breath, no sound, through the space. Shake the jaw as loose as you sigh the breath through. Picture the breath sighing over the roof of the mouth. Don't let it get caught in the jaw movement. The breath goes through the space above the jaw. Once the picture of the space through the upper part of the channel is clear, let the sigh impulse find the vibrations of sound. Sigh a river of vibrations through the face of the mouth and shake the jaw loose in order to prove that you are not using it for the basic formation of sound. Look straight ahead. Let the sound sigh out horizontally to the world. Repeat the sigh and the jaw shaking several times, sighing on pitches that gradually go higher. Let your hands drop. Leave the jaw hanging heavily. Ha ha ha. Ha hum. You may find that the vibrations are richer, farther forward in the mouth, more palpably connected to the source of breath to the front of the mouth because the jaw is not eating up vibrations on the way. You can try this hanging head downward, sighing the vibrations from your tailbone to the roof of your mouth, shaking the jaw loose with your hands, and then maintaining the release as you slowly come back up the spine. Sigh the sound through the roof of the mouth, shaking the jaw as you build up to standing. As the jaw begins to yield its support for the voice, you will notice a clearer connection with your breathing impulse center. Take advantage of this by speaking a piece of text or a poem or singing a song. Follow the thought-feeling impulses that lie behind the words. Practice 2 days. Workday 6. Freeing the channel, tongue awareness, stretching, loosening, releasing, storyteller. Prepare to work for 2 hours. The next area for work in freeing the channel for sound is the tongue. As a teacher of voice production who sometimes borders on the fanatical, I am at my most technically obsessed when it comes to the tongue. The obsession is ultimately futile because once the speaker is emotionally connected to the truth, the tongue is going to behave as it ought, articulating emotional content into the words that convey the specific intelligence of that emotion. However, on the road to that ideal goal, the tongue can construct a myriad of exquisitely fabricated simulations of truthful storytelling. We must first be able to persuade the tongue that nothing it has to say is as convincing as the story told by breath and emotionally connected vibration. The voice and the breath are the servants of emotion, while the tongue serves the intellect. Eventually, there is no hierarchy in this division of labor. Emotion and intellect, voice and speech must be equally balanced in communication. But to begin with, we have to be sure that the tongue is not hijacking impulses that should be traveling directly to the diaphragm. The tongue is all flesh and muscle from the tip to the roots. Any part of the tongue can pick up and deflect impulses from their path to the breathing solar plexus area. But the back of the tongue is particularly adept at this kind of intervention. Commentary. The role tongue tension plays in subverting the freedom of the voice is so powerful it is worth invoking mythology to illustrate its behavior. If we play the relationship of the Greek gods to earthly mortals in terms of the human mind and body, Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, would be situated in the head and the mortal existent sense in the body. The thoughts in our heads may sometimes seem as dysfunctional as the family of the gods and our earthly garden given to weeds as well as flowers. We could connect many of the gods to many different aspects of our behavior, but I am particularly interested in assigning Hermes, the messenger between Olympus and earth, to the tongue. Hermes was known to be a liar, a trickster, as our tongues have learned to be, but also, under Roman guise, Mercury, the silver-tongued, the eloquent. Neither Hermes or Mercury is always reliable. Mercury was the god of merchants who hoped to make a quick buck if their salesmanship was slippery-tongued enough. The messenger I would much rather employ is Iris, the goddess who also had the job of carrying messages from heaven to earth, but whose medium was the rainbow. Many-colored, evanescent, a pot of gold at its base, or so we were told when we were children. I picture the pot of gold as the truth we find in the sacral source at the bottom of our spines. I picture the many-colored rainbow representing many colors of our emotional lives. I see that if we commit to Iris, then Hermes and Mercury will become perfect servants of her truth. How would they dare to flick their feathered heels at her glory? Think, as we progress, of breath and sound as Iris's rainbow carrying truthful feeling that will be articulated by an obedient tongue into words faithful to their origin. Now, we will examine the tongue itself. The roots of the tongue are attached by means of the hyoid bone to the larynx. If you examine your tongue both with the help of a mirror and with your mind's eye, you will perhaps realize that although the tip is relatively familiar to you, there is a large area inside the mouth going down into your throat that you do not know much about and that seems to have a life of its own. Watch your tongue for a minute or two, with your mouth open wide enough for you to see through the back where their tongue thickens. Observe whether it moves involuntarily, whether it is humped in the middle or hollowed, whether it lies thick and relaxed with the tip of the tongue, with the tip touching the lower teeth, or thin and retracted. Within the thickness of the tongue lie muscles that are highly sensitive to the psychological condition. Nobody says, "I'm so nervous my tongue's all tight inside my mouth," though one might say in similar circumstances, "My stomach's tight," or neck or shoulders. Yet any nervous tension or habitual difficulty in communication creates contractions in the tongue that pull it back, flatten it, or bunch it up in the throat. Such contractions change the shape of the tongue-mouth cavity, distorting the resonating response and the subsequent vocal quality. Since the tongue is joined to the larynx, the state of one area must affect the other. Either tension in the tongue spreads to the larynx, affecting the free play of the vocal folds, or tension beginning in the larynx spreads to the tongue, affecting articulation. Tension in the larynx also contributes tension to the diaphragm and vice versa. When your mouth goes dry with stage fright, your tongue muscles have tightened so that your salivary glands have stopped functioning. For working purposes, it is enough to regard the tongue as one of the compensating, helpful muscles that assume responsibility for sound when the breath is not free. If the tongue is persuaded to take a rest, the breath may start to take on its true function again. But the only argument for transferring all the support the voice needs to the breath is the desire for expression and a sensitive pickup of emotion. The tongue can support sound without necessarily contributing to vocal strain. A chest voice, belted out in a high register, is largely dependent on muscular support from the back of the tongue, and some fascinating personality voices develop by virtue of a gradual takeover by the tongue, muscular producing gravelly or hoarse two-note tones. Many ethnic singing styles from Bulgarian to Korean rely heavily on the tongue muscle, as do overtone and reinforced harmonic singing. But the tongue has no function in the economical and organic formation of sound, and all the notes throughout the range of the voice can be produced without any tightening in the back of the tongue. For emotion to be expressed freely through the voice, the tongue must be relaxed. Hermes must give way to Iris. Awareness of the tongue and its behavior is developed initially by learning to stretch it fully and relax it consciously. You cannot stretch the tongue adequately by sticking it straight out of the mouth, as it is attached to the floor of the mouth in a way that only a small section is affected with a straight stretch. In order to stretch the tongue right down to its roots, follow the exercises described next. I will be asking you to distinguish between 5 different parts of the tongue. 1. The tip, which at rest touches the back of the bottom teeth. 2. The blade, the flat front of the tongue that is not attached to the floor of the mouth. 3. The middle, right under the central dome of the hard palate. 4. The back, lying under the back of the hard palate and under the soft palate. 5. The roots. You can only see them with your mind's eye, attached to the larynx by the hyoid bone. Step 1. For tongue stretching, place the tip of the tongue down behind the bottom teeth. The very tip of the tongue should be touching the lower gum bridge behind the bottom teeth. The blade of the tongue is against the back of the bottom teeth. Think into the middle of the tongue and roll it forward and out of the mouth like a big wave breaking over the bottom teeth, until you feel the back of the tongue coming up out of your throat and the whole tongue is stretched from tip to roots. Let the middle of the tongue relax back onto the floor of the mouth while the tip of the tongue remains in contact with the bottom teeth. The active muscles should be in the middle of the tongue. They roll forward. As they roll forward, they pull back the top up and out of the throat. Repeat the stretching and relaxing movements several times and observe the following points, adjusting where necessary. If you press too hard into the bottom teeth, you will either push the jaw forward, creating tension in the jaw hinge, or you will push it down, creating tension in the larynx. Try to let the jaw drop down and back. Think of lifting the top jaw up to create space in the upper part of the mouth channel, through which the tongue can move freely. Make sure that the upper lip and teeth lift well away from the tongue and that the throat releases wide behind the tongue so that you are creating large spaces as the tongue stretches. At first, the throat has a tendency to close during this exercise. To check whether this is happening, hold your nose and see if you can breathe. If you are breathing through your mouth while stretching the tongue, your throat is open. Once the top and bottom jaws are open wide enough to let the tongue stretch fully, leave them open. After the first stretch, the only movement should be in your tongue. The jaw remains wide. If you smile slightly during the exercise, you will find the upper jaw lift is easier and the tongue movements are freer. This position is similar to the facial posture of a lion roaring or a cat yawning. The top and bottom teeth are exposed, and the cheek muscles are lifted up, and the throat is open for the roar or the yawn. We have been civiled out of the extremity of this animal roar opening, and as a consequence to our average mouth opening is diminished. When you next see a cat yawning or a lion roaring, a photograph will do, notice that the tongue is forward in the mouth. Sometimes it sticks right out of the mouth. Our tongue stretching exercise is designed to help restore some of our animal impulse behavior in the interest of clearing an open channel for the voice to travel through. Keep the blade and the tip of the tongue attached to the bottom teeth, both while rolling the tongue forward and when it relaxes back into the mouth. Continue to use a mirror to see whether what you feel is actually happening. Your physical awareness cannot be trusted yet to feed you accurate information. In the course of the exercise, whenever the tongue relaxes flat, you should be able to see clear through the back of your throat. But be sure the tongue relaxes flat. Don't pull it down. Step 2. Induce a yawn and at the same time stretch the middle of your tongue forward out of your mouth and hold it in the stretch. Breathe in and out with the middle of the tongue stretched forward about 30 seconds. Then relax the tongue back into the floor of your mouth. Observe the obstacles to this activity that may occur. There are so many individual patterns of tension possible in the tongue, the lips, and the jaw that it is impossible to cover here all the things you may find happening in your mouth. A common difficulty is in isolating the tongue from the jaw. One may think one is stretching the tongue, but in fact, the jaw is moving up and down, cleverly intercepting the message of the tongue and denying the tongue the experience of a real stretch. Sometimes the top lip wants to come down and meet the tongue as it moves forward, muscling in on an act that is intended solely for the tongue. Sometimes it is the whole face that stretches wide and then collapses, making its owner believe that the tongue is working really hard. Only the diligent use of a mirror will ensure that your message is getting directly through to your tongue and that its movements are completely isolated from all the other would-be collaborators. You must encourage them to stay out of the exercise, which is for the benefit of the tongue. Another common problem is the inability to relax the tongue flat after the stretch. If there is habitual contraction in the tongue muscles, then the stretching, rolling forward movement is in direct opposition to the habitual stage, and it may take some persuasion to reverse the tendency to pull the tongue back. Step 3. Feed in a deep sighing yawn that opens the throat, and release from the diaphragm pelvic region a long ha that pours through the channel. As the sound releases, stretch and relax your tongue 3 times. Ha la 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 la. Do not try to make that sound. Follow the physical instructions. Feed in an impulse for a sigh. Ha. Then roll the middle of the tongue forward and back 3 times in order to prove you are not using the tongue for the basic formation of sound. Having sighed the sound out, stretching and relaxing the tongue several times, stop. Relax and check the way your mouth and throat feel. They may feel a bit larger, with more open space visible to your mind's eye. Take advantage of this awareness to find the touch of sound. Ha ha. Then feel an impulse for a deep sigh of relief and, as it releases, feel the vibrations pouring onto your lips. Ha hum. Notice whether there are any different sensations or impressions of the channel through which the sound flows, and whether the vibrations feel different in any way. Step 4. To loosen the tongue, allow it to lie relaxed in the floor of the mouth with the tip lightly touching the back of the bottom teeth. This is home position for the relaxed tongue. To be very precise, the tip of a relaxed tongue touches the place where the bottom teeth grow out of the lower gum ridge. Now, focus your attention on the middle of the tongue. Gently move the middle of the tongue forward and back in a small-scale version of the previous exercise, but this time without opening your mouth any wider than its normal opening. The jaw will remain relaxed with the teeth not more than half an inch apart. Think of this as a loosening of the tongue. The tongue moves inside your mouth. Put the tip of your little finger between your side teeth and loosen the tongue to make sure you are not opening too wide. Now, gradually speed up the forward, back movements of the middle tongue until you feel you are lightly shaking the tongue loose throughout its length. You are loosening the tongue, not exercising it, no longer stretching it. Sigh, with breath only, no sound, as you loosen your tongue. Picture the sigh breath traveling along the roof of your mouth. Do not let it fall into the tongue. Separate the breath from the tongue. Your next objective will be to use your consciousness of tongue loosening to see whether the tongue can remain loose when sound is added. The exercise will be able to release sound from the breathing center while loosening the tongue at the same time, thereby proving that the tongue has no function in the basic sound-making process. Step 5. Feed a sigh of relief deep down into your breathing area and release it on the vibration, a sustained ha on pitch. As the sigh sound flows out along the roof of the mouth, loosen your tongue. You are loosening your tongue in order to get rid of any tension. and any help it may want to give to the sound making process. Picture a solid stream of vibrations flowing from your middle up and out through your mouth. Then loosen your tongue, rolling it gently forward and back several times as the sound streams out above it. To check that your jaw is not moving, again, place the tip of your little finger between your side teeth as you sigh the sound of vibrations along the roof of your mouth and loosen your tongue. This exercise works when you give really clear physical messages. Try not to be distracted by what your ear tells you. For the moment, explore the physical sensations arrived at by the implication of clear mental pictures and clear physical instructions. If you had no tongue, the sound would flow with complete freedom through a wide, unblocked channel. Imagine the ease with which you could do voice exercises if your tongue were detachable and you could put it on the table at the beginning of a vocal workout. Only when you came to articulation would you put it back in. Your aim is in the following exercises should be to get rid of the tongue as nearly as possible and to observe what happens to the sound as a result. Practice step 5, applying the following points of awareness. Feed a deep impulse for a sigh of relief into your feeling breathing center and free it out on a pitch. Ha. Loosen the middle tongue, rolling it quickly and lightly forward and back under the flow of vibrations, creating and recreating a new sigh impulse for each new pitch thought. Continue up the register as far as you can and comfortably go without pushing. Observe, meanwhile, that 1. The jaw stays loose. 2. The belly relaxes for each ingoing breath. The sigh becomes more full as you go higher. 4. The sound sigh forward on a horizontal line out of your mouth and into the air rather than dropping onto the tongue and being pulled back into the throat. Now, expand your awareness to take in the changing sounds that occur as your tongue moves. The vibrations no longer arrive in a straight ha, but are molded by the tongue movements into new shapes. Notice what sound occurs when the tongue rolls forward and then when the tongue relaxes. You will perhaps discover that as the tongue rolls forward, the sound resembles a loose Y. So that what is happening is this. Ha la 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 la. Repeat the tongue loosening exercise with the awareness that the physical movement are casual and that the Y sound is the result. The physical awareness is the working area. You can expand that awareness to take in the resultant sound orally, but if you were merely to repeat the sound you heard, you will merely say hi-ya-ya. You will achieve the opposite of the desired result. You are using the tongue as an articulator and exercising its muscular ability. The desired result of these exercises is to remove the tongue from the basic sound-making process. This is a very important point. Be more interested in the genuine feeling of the sigh of relief than in the sound. Step 6. To reprogram the impulse route, repeat step 5, tongue loosening with sound, applying the following pictures. Visualize the stream of vibration springing from its source into the breathing center and flowing out through the mouth above the tongue, which is relaxed, loose, and out of the way beneath the sound. The stream of vibrations is active, releasing energy. The tongue loosening is passive. Picture an alignment running from the center of the dome of the diaphragm, through the dome of the roof of the mouth, and into the dome of the top of the skull. Picture the vibrations of sound streaming up from these domes while the tongue loosens. Repeat the whole process on ascending pitches while you drop your spine down so that your head hangs down. Sigh the vibrations through the center of the 3 domes to gravity. Slowly build your spine back up to standing as the pitches descend. Do not strain to go higher in pitch, but use the consciousness of relaxed tongue to begin to explore your upper range. Step 7. Let your tongue lie relaxed on the floor of your mouth, tip touching the back of your bottom teeth. Find the touch of sound in the center of the diaphragm and speak ha, 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 hum, Roll your head on a hum. Repeat 2 or 3 times in alternating directions. Drop your spine down on a hum. Breathe. Come up again and release the sound at the top. Repeat 2 or 3 times on ascending and descending pitches. Questions. Do you notice any change in the feeling of the vibrations from the last time you did this exercise? How does your mouth feel? How has your breathing altered in any way? Or has your perception of it altered? How do you feel? What do you feel? The next step continues the reprogramming process with the same basic tongue movements as before, but with a more specific aim and thinking process. The premise on which the next exercise is based is that if the tongue is free, the sound will be released forward and will arrive impeded in the front of the mouth. In order to encourage the possibility, the specific thought process will now emphasize the forward part of the tongue loosening, asking the tongue to roll the sound forward into the teeth. Step 8. Roll the middle tongue forward, tip of the tongue down behind the bottom teeth, as described in Step 4 for tongue loosening, and leave it in the forward position. Notice that in this position there is a very narrow space between the surface of the tongue and the upper gum ridge. Release the sound from the breathing center through that space. The vibrations molded by the narrow space will naturally form a h sound. Play with the tongue position until you feel the vibrations against the top teeth. Now whisper he, aiming the breath over the tongue in the top teeth. Then voice it. Let the tongue relax flat on the floor of the mouth. The space between the surface of the tongue and the upper gum ridge is now larger, and the only sound that can happen without altering the space is ha. Play with the tongue positions and repeat the forward roll vibrations he, and then repeat the tongue relaxed vibrations ha ha ha. As you move from he, tongue rolled forward, to ha ha ha, tongue flat, use a mental image of the tongue actually rolling the vibrations forward into the teeth on the he. Then, as the tongue drops onto the floor of the mouth, picture the vibrations moving on forward and out of the mouth on the h's. Let the breath replace between each set of sounds. Do not lose connection with the central starting point of the sigh of relief. Practice on ascending and descending pitches. Now alternate the he and ha 3 times with a new breath for each sound. Sigh out the he, rolling the tongue forward, and on one long breath, drop the tongue flat, letting the sound change from to ha. Repeat twice more. Do the same thing, taking out the connecting h's. Remember, create and recreate the impulse for a sigh relief to spark the new breath for each new pitch. There is hardly any difference between this exercise and the basic tongue loosening exercise. What has changed is the mental use of the tongue loosening. The mind is now focusing on the arrival of the vibrations in the front of the mouth as the tongue releases up and out the throat. This more specific thinking process gets results once the tongue has fully relaxed. Notice that I have begun to suggest that you go higher in pitch as you exercise. Having established some consciousness of relaxation, you can now feed in greater demands and use your consciousness to abolish unnecessary efforts in meeting those demands. As you go higher, observe whether the tongue wants to behave differently from the way it does on the lower, easier notes. Does it roll forward as loosely and simply? Is it still soft underneath the lower jaw? Put a finger in the soft place behind the chin bone on the underside of the mouth. There you can feel the condition of the tongue muscles, which should always be soft, even when moving. Is the tongue falling flat on the floor of the mouth on the second part of the movement, or is it starting to pull back? Do not rely on your subjective awareness of these points. Your awareness is not yet to be trusted. Use a mirror to check for any tiny changes in the behavior of the tongue when dealing with higher and lower notes in the range. The work will bring you to a point where there is no difference in the behavior of the tongue, whatever the vocal demand, be it higher pitch, larger motion, or greater volume. These demands must be responded to with breath and resonance. The tongue must be left free to cope with articulation. As you move to practice step 8 with the aim of gradually increasing your upward range, be aware of what is happening in the breathing musculature whenever the tongue begins to harden, contract, retract, or become tense. You will find that when the tongue tenses, you are also tense in your breathing area, or that nothing appears to be happening there at all. When your tongue tightens to provide support as compensation for weak, lazy, dead breathing, it tightens in order to provide support. In order to leave the tongue free as you move higher in your range, all you need think of doing is sigh from deeper down with more and more relief. This will provide the essential breath. And if you can honestly induce a real feeling of relief at the beginning of each sound, you will release your mind from its habitual reaction to greater demand, which is either I can't, or if I try harder, if I push. If I am determined and really work, perhaps to the point of suffering a bit, I'll make it. Don't suffer. Don't try. Don't work. Just sigh with relief. This attitude can imitate a blueprint of psychophysical response, leading to a mutually beneficial interdependence of a free voice and free emotions. Floor work for the tongue. As you continue to play with your tongue stretching and relaxation, it is helpful to explore the experience from the vantage point of the floor. Focusing on the tongue, you may have lost your awareness to the connection to breathing deep in the body. Step 1. Relax down onto the floor and lazily drop into the diagonal stretch. Let your mind's eye travel down to the hip sockets nearest the floor and feed in a thought-feeling impulse for a deep sigh of relief that enters that space and then releases out along the wide diagonal stretch of your torso. Now play with a rather strange picture. Imagine the roots of your tongue are now planted in that hip socket, and that your tongue lives in the long diagonal river that connects to your mouth. With the tip of your tongue down behind the bottom teeth, stretch the middle of your tongue out of your body and into the air. Then relax it back into your mouth. Next, sigh a long river of vibration out from the hip socket to the mouth, and as the vibrations escape, stretch your tongue out from your body and relax it back in. Repeat several times on varying pitches. Stretch and relax your tongue 3 times. The basic sound will be ha. Your throat must yawn wide enough to give the big stretching tongue space to roll forward and out of the mouth. The whole mouth and throat will move into the animal roar stretch. When the tongue stretches, the resultant sound will be ha la la la. Repeat the diagonal stretch on the other side. Repeat on its descending and ascending pitches as often as you need in order to make the experience your own. Step 2. Float your knees up over your belly and drop one foot to the floor. Clasp your hands over the front of the knees and gently shake it toward your belly. Picture the shake going through the thigh bone to the hip socket. Let the shaking become a vibrating movement that shudders the very top of the thigh bone in the hip socket. Imagine that the root of your tongue are in the hip socket. Feel a deep sigh impulse down to the hip socket where it connects with sound, and as you sigh the sound out, vibrate the top of the thigh bone with your hands, and at the same time loosen the middle of your tongue with the middle of your mouth. It is as though you were shaking the tongue loose from the hip socket. Repeat on ascending and descending pitches, with a new sigh impulse for each new pitch thought. Drop that foot to the floor and float the other knee up. Repeat the knee, thigh bone, tongue shaking. Drop that foot to the floor. Alternating legs, repeat several times on different pitches. Next, swing your knees over to one side with the torso and arm following. You are now in the semi-fetal or half-moon position, curled up on your side with your spine in a C shape, one arm comfortably under your head. This is almost a sleeping position. Use it to enjoy this peace and quiet, the baby rounded belly, and play with a new picture of your natural breathing impulse center. This time, see the breath entering and leaving a little pocket just behind your navel. Allow a tiny impulse for sound to enter the navel breath pocket and leave on the outgoing breath. Huh. Now feed in a medium-sized sigh of relief and release it on an easy ha. As you do so, loosen the middle of your tongue inside your mouth as you did in step 6. Ha la 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 la. Slowly and luxuriously unfold into a stretch on your side, arching and stretching backwards, arms stretched above your head, legs extended, making a long arc from fingers to toes. It is called the banana stretch. Induce a smiling yawn. Maintain the animal roar up opening and let the sigh impulse go all the way into your stretched belly and then sigh out of the big tongue stretching and relaxing. Ha, ha, la, la, la. Suddenly relax back into the semi-fetal position and immediately roll over to the other side. Let your knees swing you over. Repeat the tongue loosening in the same semi-fetal position, followed by the tongue stretching and relaxing in the banana stretch. Relax back into the semi-fetal position. Now swing your knees all the way over to the other side. Let your torso follow and continue the momentum until you are on your knees with your buttock on or near your heels and your forehead on the floor. This is the folded leaf position. It has other names in the yoga tradition, the child, the rock, but I prefer the folded leaf. In this position, you must look deep inside to find your natural breathing rhythm. Stay here for a minute or so until you have relaxed all your muscles. Gravity takes your spine into a long curve from tailbone to head. Your shoulder blades drop away from each other. Soften your belly onto your thighs. The minute exchange of breath that keeps you alive from moment to moment is now apparent in a space just in front of the sacrum, a space that may seem to exist between the sacrum and the pubic bone. In this position, find the touch of sound deep inside, near the sacrum. Huh, huh. Repeat the tongue loosening exercises in this position as you picture vibrations running from the sacrum along your spine, over the back of your neck and the top of the head, through the middle of the face and onto the floor. Ha, la, la, la. A new sigh impulse goes all the way down to the sacral pocket with each new pitched thought. Now roll the vibrations into your top teeth. La, 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 la. Rock yourself up onto all fours, as if you were going to crawl. Then tuck your toes into the floor and float your tailbone up to the sky with your head hanging down. You are now in a familiar spine drop to gravity position. Maintain the picture of the sound starting in the sacrum, running through your spine over the top of your head and out through the roof of your mouth. Slowly build up your spine, sighing out and rolling the vibrations forward as you loosen your tongue on descending pitches. Keep your sense of self in the lower part of your body as you come up. It should take at least 5 sigh and tongue loosenings to arrive in an upright position. Maintain the sense of dwelling in an alive place in the pelvic sacral region. Don't allow your sense of self to come up into your head now that you are upright. Find the touch of sound. Ha ha. Walk around, speak some text, notice if anything feels different. Commentary. In the floor work you have just completed, I have been encouraging you to take the picture of the starting place for your thought, feeling, breath impulse deeper down in your body, and have asked you to play with an image of the breath coming from the sacrum, or from behind the navel, or from a place between the sacrum and the pubic bone. Let me emphasize that with all these pictures, the diaphragm is still the prime instigator of breathing. The deeper pictures are introduced in order to stimulate the inner abdominal breathing muscles and the crura that I described when I first introduced the floor work. The diaphragm is connected to the lumbar vertebrae and the sacrum through the tendinous musculature of the crura. There is a continuum from the rich mushroom or dome-shaped diaphragm down through the muscles connected to the inside of the spine all the way to the pelvic floor that, of course, includes the hip sockets. Some voice practitioners refer to the pelvic diaphragm, but the importance of developing an awareness of these deep inner abdominal breathing muscles has mostly to do with the large nerve centers that radiates out from the sacrum. I spoke earlier about the solar plexus and our inner sun and the sacrum as the source of creativity. The sacral plexus is home. It is where we experience ourselves most profoundly and most powerfully. Complex feelings are often aroused when we allow ourselves to linger in the sacral region. Back in the midst of time and presumably in ancient Rome, someone named this part of the body sacrum. The Latin words share its etymological root with the English sacred. In pre-classical times, the triangular sacral bone was sacrificed to the gods. In the tantric tradition, the sacrum is the home of Kundalini, the most powerful, sometimes dangerously so, of spiritual energies. Kundalini is seen as a serpent whose power can bring transcendence or destruction. In the tantric tradition, the sexual and spiritual powers of Kundalini must be carefully separated and controlled in action, but sex and spirit cohabit in the sacrum. In the Middle Ages in Europe, before the Church put a safety cordon between the two, there was no experiential division between sex and soul. The word spirit meant both, which is why, a couple of centuries later, Shakespeare made use of the, by then, double meaning of the word to such good effect. The expense of spirit is a waste of time, is lust in action. Sonnet 129. Means, on one level, that lust leads the soul into disrepute. And on another, quite literally means that lust is the ejaculation of sperm into a shameful body waste. If we can condition our mind-body breathing message system to encompass both the sacral and solar plexus, there is an increased likelihood that we will be open to instinctive, spontaneous, reflexive action in the creative and emotional realms. This floor work is particularly aimed at that conditioning. Once you have established it and kept it active through regular exercise, there's nothing special about it. It will become your natural way of functioning. As you continue working on freeing the channel, remember your deep breathing connection. One of the byproducts of the floor work should be that by now you have experienced the vibrations of sound in the bones of your body from pelvis to skull. You are the embodiment of your voice. These rich embodied vibrations need a wide, unencumbered channel through which to travel. Work on the jaw and the tongue helps to keep the throat channel open, but there is another vital part of the throat that must be attended for maximum freedom in the channel, the soft palate. The soft palate area sometimes causes traffic jams, even fatal crashes. If the part of the channel that leads from the throat to the mouth is closed, it will kill the vibrations. If it is half closed, it will hold them up and distort them. Practice. It can take a long time for the tongue and jaw to relax. Daily life will tense them on a regular basis. Just as regularly, you should massage and shake your jaw and stretch and loosen your tongue. This is a lifetime's resource. Be patient and explore the preceding exercises over at least a week before adding the next channel exercise. Workday 7. Freeing the natural channel, the soft palate, opening and limbering space. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. I took you on the via negativa to work on the jaw and the tongue. Do nothing in the jaw and tongue muscles so that the breathing muscles can do their job freely. Remove tension in order to allow something new to happen. For the next part of the channel for sound, we will work on positively and directly to limber up certain muscles. In fact, the via negativa still holds true because the aim will be to remove a condition of desuetude in the soft palate musculature, restoring a natural ability to respond on the involuntary level that will give full functioning back to some unused resonating channels. The palate that forms the upper part of the mouth is hard and bony in front, the upper gum ridge just behind the top teeth, and hard and domed in the middle, the roof of the mouth, and soft and fleshy at the very back, the soft palate. From the middle of the soft palate, the uvula hangs down from above the back of the tongue, a small fleshy vestigial appendage. In some people, the uvula is rather long, in some it has virtually disappeared. A long uvula can contribute to a somewhat hoarse or guttural tone. Sometimes it prevents a clear use of the upper register. In such cases, regular and conscientious exercise of the soft palate will result in a shorter uvula and a clear passageway. On either side of the uvula, the soft palate is all flesh and muscle. For working purposes, you can regard it as either the doorway from the throat into the mouth or as the trapdoor leading up into the middle and upper resonators. Without regular extended vocal exercise, the soft palate tends to become lazy or stiff. If it is lazy, it hangs down like a heavy curtain at the back of the mouth, absorbing and muffling vibrations. In this condition, it is hard for the sound to travel clearly through the mouth cavity. Some of it will stop at the doorway, and some will be rerouted up through the nose. Nasality nearly always results from a lazy, dead, soft palate. If the soft palate is stiff, the voice will be monotonous. One of the functions of the soft palate is to respond to changing pitches with tiny changes in muscle tone that almost invisibly lift and lower it as the pitch goes up or down. In a free-speaking voice, pitch is constantly changing in response to thought inflection. So the freedom of the soft palate is to respond on an involuntary level is essential to accurately nuanced communication. Stiffness or laziness in the soft palate muscle blocks this response mechanism. Movement in the soft palate is very subtle and in speaking, but it can easily be seen to lift in response to the thought of a sung high note. Open your mouth wide and look in a mirror at the soft palate. Think of a high note without voicing it, and you should immediately see the soft palate lift in involuntary response to that thought. It may not do so readily if you actually sing the note. The relationship of thought to involuntary soft palate response may be intact even though habitual effort may inhibit that response in producing sound. I cannot overemphasize the fact that these movements occur naturally on the involuntary level of the nervous system. The work you will be doing is aimed at restoring and revitalizing this involuntary connection. If, having observed that the soft palate lifts in response to the thought of a high note, you proceed to lift the soft palate whenever you want to sing a high note, you defeat the aim of a free, natural voice. The conscious mind cannot operate these muscles with enough subtlety to preserve the expressive integrity of the natural voice. It can, however, tone up and tune up the muscles so that they respond with more agility to the involuntary demands. We shall begin to work on the soft palate in this capacity as the doorway from the throat into the mouth. As the muscles tone up, vibrations will be released more easily into the face and skull resonators, hence its second name, trapdoor. Step 1. Establish where the soft palate is by looking in at the mirror with light shining directly into your wide open mouth. Put the mirror down and relax your mouth without closing it. Very gently whisper, just breath, no voice at all, the syllable ka. The vowel is the same in the first syllable of the word father. Ka. Focus on the place where the k is formed and observe minutely and in slow motion what happens physically for that little noise to occur, using your physical awareness and your mind's eye. 1. The thought k is formed in the brain. 2. Breath goes in. 3. The back of the tongue rises to touch the hard palate just in front of the soft palate. 4. Breath is momentarily trapped behind the soft palate. 5. Breath is released with a sharp pop as the two surfaces spring apart. For the following exercises, think of the k being formed between the back of the tongue and the actual soft palate, a little farther back than the k used in speaking. Think a definite ah after the k, not or ah, so that the tongue and the soft palate will be quite far apart and the breath will neither gargle over the uvula or scrape down into the throat. Again, whisper a clear, clean k, focusing on the touch of soft palate to the back of the tongue. Then whisper k on an incoming breath. K. Before the breath goes in again, the back of the tongue rises to touch the hard palate just in front of the soft palate. Breath is momentarily trapped in the front of the soft palate. As the two surfaces spring apart, the breath flies in on a whispered k. Breathe out again normally on k. Then whisper k as the breath goes in. In the rhythm of ordinary breathing, whisper k as you breathe in and as you breathe out. On the incoming breath, the k will happen as the back of the tongue and the soft palate are blown apart by the breath trying to get in. On the outgoing breath, it will happen as they are blown apart from behind by the breath trying to get out. As you continue letting the breath in and out on whispered kahs, be aware of the different temperatures of your breath incoming and outgoing. Cool coming in, warm going out. Register which surfaces on the mouth are hit by the cool air. Check that the front of the tongue stays relaxed, tip touching the back of the bottom teeth. Put your hand on your breathing area to feel a springy central response to the springy channel. Now, put your focus specifically into the sensation of cool air hitting your soft palate as it rises off the whispered ingoing k. Begin to give the cool air more space in the soft palate area. When you whisper k on the outgoing breath, the aim is to give the warm breath as much space in the soft palate as the cool air had. Now, you are now working on the flexibility of the soft palate by asking it to respond to sensory stimuli. At the same time, you are training your mind to be able to connect with an esoteric set of muscles normally not under conscious control. This you can do only through sharpened awareness. Now, yawn wide and examine the behavior of the soft palate in the mirror as you yawn. It will simultaneously lift and stretch much farther than you can consciously lift and stretch it. But if you focus your attention into the yawn muscles, you can use that awareness to extend your conscious work on the soft palate. Yawning is so pleasurable that it is easy to get lost in the overall sensation, but you can make good use of a yawn. So it is worth harnessing your attention to the specifics that make up the whole, and even reprogramming the yawn a little to spread its benefits farther. Commentary on the yawn. Do you yawn vertically or horizontally? Most people favor the vertical yawn, and most of the stretching occur in a downward direction. The face pulls down and the yaw pushes down. If you begin to think more horizontally as you yawn, you can reprogram the act so that you arrive at a completely circular opening, stretching both vertically and horizontally. You can develop a big deliberate stretch in the soft palate, the throat, and the middle of your face. As you yawn, you should be able to see your top teeth and bottom teeth exposed, the soft palate stretched high and wide, and you should have a clear view through the very back wall of the throat. If you have managed in the course of this exploration to induce several genuine yawns, you will be in a good, healthy state of to continue. Your eyes and nose will run so will your saliva. Your breathing apparatus has been stimulated and you have been in perfect touch with involuntary process while being aware of them. Step 2. Looking in the mirror, repeat the exercise in Step 1. As you start giving the cool ingoing air more space in the soft palate, use your awareness of the yawn muscles to induce the exact same stretch on the ingoing as you had when you yawned. The horizontal yawn and your focus clearly on the lifting the soft palate rather than moving the tongue downward will prevent a tendency to gag. Now, use your awareness to lift the soft palate consciously into the yawn stretch on the outgoing. Breathe in and out on a whispered, lifting and stretching the soft palate to its fullest extent each time. Repeat 2 or 3 times. Then rest, swallow, and moisten the throat, which may have become rather dry. Make sure the exercise is isolated to the soft palate and the back of the tongue. Your ever-eager jaw may well want to get in on the act. If necessary, restrain it manually. Make sure the ingoing breath goes down to the diaphragm and even lower. Don't let the upper chest take over. As your throat becomes more accustomed to the cold air traveling through it, you will be less bothered by dryness or the coughing that sometimes happen in the beginning. Don't be put off by the unfamiliar feeling of so much cold air going into your throat. It will not harm you, and if you avoid the process, you may be perpetuating a habitual unwillingness to open the throat, which, though a vulnerable area, can suffer badly from an exaggerated instinct to protect it. You will probably have realized that this opening is the same as that of the animal roar. The difference is that now you are directing your attention to the interior musculature at the back of the mouth. Practice the exercise again with the following observations. The movements should be springy, and the yawn stretch should be elastic. Do not hold the yawn stretch position. The breath should feel and sound light and apparent and transparent. Be careful not to drag the breath in. It should feel as though it is traveling through the spaces of the throat, not scraping over the walls. Gradually speed up the process so that the exercise becomes staccato, fast, light, and elastic while you still experience a good stretch. Read through the following steps so that when you do the exercise, they can go in a fast sequence. Use the mirror. Step 3. Breathe in cool air on a whispered k with a full smiling yawn stretch. Picture the air going down to the breathing centers. Release warm vibrations from the pelvic floor on high, as in high, not hit, letting them travel up and over the stretched soft palate, the roof of the mouth and the top teeth, and then out into the air. As the sound releases out, roll the middle of the tongue all the way forward and out of the mouth and relax it back 3 times. The resultant sound being ha la la la. Keep the tip of the tongue down behind the bottom teeth. In this exercise, you are giving the sound experience of escaping through a much larger channel than usual. The larger channel should stimulate a larger release from the source, giving the opportunity for tasting a larger sense of freedom. At the same time, you should be incorporating the tongue stretching device so that you do not start to push in a habitual response to larger impulses. Practice Step 3, using a mirror to check that the soft palate remains up and stretched throughout the whole sentence of the exercise. You should be able to see through the back wall of the throat even when the middle of the tongue rolls forward. Induce a yawn impulse throughout the exercise. You will not actually yawn because yawn happens on the ingoing breath, but you can think yawn on the outgoing sound of your soft palate. On the outgoing sound, your soft palate will stay up. Repeat the process on ascending pitches, breathing in on k each time and then sighing the vibrations out freely through the space while stretching and relaxing your tongue on the outgoing 3 times on the outgoing sigh. So something like k, ha la la la, k, ha la la la, k, ha la la so on. Feel the breath and the vibrations on the stretched dome of the soft palate and on the dome of the roof of your mouth. With each new breath thought, picture the outgoing sounds starting from the pelvic floor and flowing up and out the body with a soft, silky release of the diaphragm up through the rib cage. Let everything relax. Step 4. Having limbered up the channel muscles on a fairly technical level, I'd like you now to observe how they react to an imaginative stimulus. Read through this first, and then, with your eyes closed, play it, frame by frame, like a movie through your mind-body imaging apparatus. Do not anticipate the result. If you can get someone to read it for you frame by frame, so much the better. The backstory is that you have been out in the country walking all afternoon, and now you are on your way home for a quiet, solitary evening. You are contented. You come to the shoreline of a small lake near your house. Frame 1. You are standing at the edge of the lake, looking down at your feet, which are almost touching the water that laps lazily in and out. Frame 2. You slowly and pleasurably begin to look up from your feet and out across the surface of the lake, very slowly, looking at the ducks and the wavelets. Suddenly you see a fish jump. You then see a little island on the middle of the lake. Frame 3. Idly, you look past the island across the water to the other side of the lake. Frame 4. You see someone standing on the opposite shore. Frame 5. To surprise and delight you, you see it as a good friend, and you are filled with the desire to call, and you call, "Hi, ya, ya, ya." Repeat the scenario as if for the first time, but this time in slow motion, and whisper the call. You will notice that when you suddenly see your friend, not only does the desire to call fill you with breath, but your soft palate lifts as the breath enters. There is a simultaneous response to the desire impulse in both the source and the channel that prepares the vocal apparatus for expression. Repeat the whole scenario at normal speed. The exercise is to recreate the circumstances without predetermining the result. Let the result happen. Don't make it happen. Commentary. This, of course, is the everlasting foundation of good acting. To create and recreate as if for the first time every time. And to set the circumstances step by step so that they lead to the surprise of something unexpected happening every time. You can help to condition your thinking, feeling, doing process to commit the moment-by-moment casual experience as you continue to work on the technical aspects of your voice. The ingoing desire to speak imprints the inner workings of the body, and all you need to do is release that desire. Communication is the byproduct of desire and freedom. All too often, communication is effort. One works to reach the other person, to make oneself heard. The head, even the body, pushes forward. The shoulders tighten, the abdominal muscles push. But communication can always be experienced as release, if one commits to the feeding in the casual desire. Translate the image of you standing on the edge of a lake calling to your friend into an image of you standing on the stage, aware of your audience. You want them to hear and understand not only what you are saying, but why you are saying it. Your desire to be truly heard gathers the energies of the central nervous system into a communicative force that flows out to your audience. You are not projecting. You do not necessarily need volume. You are fully present on the stage. At the same time, you are in the audience. Communication has happened if you are free. Step 5. With an awareness of the spaces now apparent at the back of your mouth, but without consciously opening your soft palate, return to the tongue exercise. Ascending tones. Observe whether you feel any new vibrations or different spaces. As you go higher, notice whether the soft palate responds without your consciously lifting it to provide new paths for the higher pitches. Is it easier to go higher? Step 6. Put the back of the tongue and the soft palate together. Notice that you must now breathe through your nose. Add vibrations and you will make an sound. This is the sound at the end of the word sing. You are humming through instead of Continuing the vibrations, slowly lift your soft palate and drop the back of your tongue into the yawn stretch. The sound will open to a wide ah. Repeat with 3 closings and openings of the soft palate. Ah, ah, ah. The mouth is the animal roar stretch. Is in the animal roar stretch. Once the yaw has opened, it must not move. All the movement is in the back of the mouth. You should be able to see all the way back to the back wall of the throat on the ah. Repeat on ascending pitches. Speak. Ai. Then add 3 tongue stretches. Doesn't work for me, sorry. Step 7. Roll your head on a hum and be aware of the soft palate at the back of your tongue. The space between them should be constantly challenging as you roll. When your head is dropped back, there is more space. When your head is forward, there is less space. But the soft palate and the back of the tongue should never touch each other as you hum. Drop your spine down on a hum, looking for any differences there may be in the quality or disposition of the vibrations. Build up your spine, humming, and release the sound at the top. Speak. Ha-hum. You should sense more natural space in your throat-mouth cavity than before. You may feel vibrations coming from that cavity. You should feel in general that there are more vibrations as a result of the greater space. Take advantage of whatever greater sense of freedom this gives. When you come back to the tongue humming exercises, allow the soft palate to adjust as it chooses. Do not attempt to keep it lifted or you will end up sounding false, plumb-voiced, and pompous. I suggest that when you next explore the soft palate exercises, you do so lying on the floor in the diagonal stretch positions so that you can connect the wide throat channel with the hip socket spaces. The banana stretch is also ideal for the exercising the soft palate. Be creative in your application of the floor work on the channel exercises. Practice. The progression of exercises from breathing to touch of sound to humming and work floor with particular focus on the jaw, tongue, and soft palate continues for at least 2 weeks. Workday 8. The spine and the channel. Connection, source, journey, destination. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. Before our final exploration of the channel for sound, I'd like to revisit the spine. Now that you have spent a considerable amount of time visualizing different parts of the vocal anatomy and sharpening your ability to access rather esoteric areas such as the hip sockets, the soft palate, and the back of the tongue, your enhanced imaging abilities can be deployed to develop a subtler relationship with your spine. A subtler relationship means one that is more awake, more alive in the two-way street between the body and brain. The message systems that run the human organism travel in both directions along the spinal column. The brain depends on the electrical circuitry of the body for its intelligence. By detailing the connection of breath and sound with the spine, you will further encourage the instinctive reflex actions of your inner and abdominal breathing musculature, the ones knit into the lower vertebrae and the pelvic floor, and at the same time train your brain to think specifically. I will be asking you to see and move independently the individual vertebrae of your spine. The 3 or 4 at the very bottom and the very top will move together. If your brain can think each vertebrae into action, then it is more likely that you will have the precision to think each word in a line of text. Step 1. Go down onto all fours, as if you were going to crawl. Start with your spine parallel to the ground and your hands underneath your shoulders. Keep your elbows straight, but do not stiff, your hands pointing forward. Let your head hang down. Move your mind's eye down to your tailbone, the coccyx. The tailbone is located deep inside the buttocks. Relax your buttocks and relax the backs of your thighs. Tell your tailbone to move slowly and subtly up toward the ceiling and then down toward the ground. This is a very small, very internal movement. Obviously, the tailbone is attached to the sacrum, and the sacrum is part of the pelvis, so the pelvis will also move. But the action should be pictured in the tailbone. Now, very slowly, move the tailbone up toward the ceiling and notice that if it continues to move upward, the sacrum and the next lumbar vertebrae will start moving down toward the ground. Picture each vertebrae moving independently, one by one, down toward the ground, all the way through the small of your back and between your shoulder blades. When your mind's eye visualizes the bull vertebrae, it will see that inevitably it must now rise toward the ceiling. So must the vertebrae of the neck. If you think of your skull as the final vertebrae that rises up off the neck vertebrae as if you would like it to meet your tailbone, your spine is now arched toward the ground. Immediately send your mind's eye down to your tailbone. Specifically, move your tailbone slowly toward the ground. Notice that as it continues downward, your sacrum and the next lumbar vertebrae start moving up toward the ceiling. Picture each vertebrae moving independently, one by one toward the ceiling. When your mind's eye reaches the bull vertebrae, you will see that it inevitably must now descend toward the ground with the neck vertebrae following so that the final vertebrae, your skull, hangs down. Leave your belly muscles completely relaxed. Your spine is now rounded up toward the ceiling. Your belly hangs from it like the belly of an old tigress. Immediately send your mind's eye down to your tailbone. Specifically and slowly start the movement of the tailbone upward and let your mind move vertebrae by vertebrae along the spine until your head comes up and the spine has arrived in an arc. Your belly muscles are relaxed. Finally, send your mind's eye down to your tailbone and slowly travel in the other direction. Sit back on your heels. If you merely arch your spine and round it, you will successfully ruin the exercise. It is like saying in one rush, to be or not to be, that is the question. You might try speaking that line all as one crammed thought as you quickly arch your spine. Then try speaking it as though the thought, to be, begins your tailbone and travels word by word, or not to be, along with your vertebrae through the small of your back. Then the words, that is the, are between your shoulder blades until the word question comes out as your skull rises. Repeat the physical exercise starting with the tailbone. Let your vertebrae thoughts run a little faster through your spine without jumping a single vertebrae. Keep sending your starting impulse down to the tailbone, whether your spine is moving into the arch or to the ground. Leave your belly muscles completely relaxed. Now play with the notion that your tailbone initiates your breath and see if you can let your tailbone tell you whether the breath likes to go in as it descends or ascends. Letting your mind's energy run faster along your spine from tailbone to skull so that your breath goes in on one whole movement and out on the other. See if your whole spine can reveal when the breath likes to go in and when it likes to go out. Find out how your spine likes to breathe. Don't let your belly dominate. You may find that when the spine arches, the breath goes in more easily, and when the spine rounds, the breath releases more out most easily. Or you may find that when the spine rounds, the breath goes in more easily, and when the spine arches, the breath releases out most easily. In the spirit of objective research, now lie down on your belly, head to one side, arms down at your sides. Without sound, feed in a deep sigh of relief and let it fall out of you. Notice in which direction the small of your back moves as the breath comes in. Then notice in which direction your tailbone moves. I think you will agree that in this position it is clear that for the ingoing breath, the tailbone moves subtly down groundward and the small of the back clearly moves up toward the ceiling. The directions reverse as the breath escapes. In this position, you can experience the natural organic engagement of the lower spine in the breathing process. Notice also that as the breath enters, your stomach moves down into the floor as the small of your back moves upward, thus creating the largest space for the diaphragm. Come back onto all fours and apply the observations you have made. As the tailbone goes down, with the belly dropping and the spine rounding up, the breath enters. As the tailbone goes up and the spine arches down, the breath releases out. Commentary. There is always a lot of discussions with my students about this exercise. Anyone who has done modern dance will have learned how to contract their abdominal muscles in conjunction with rounding the spine. It will seem almost impossible to let the stomach drop while rounding the spine. But in the interest of the freedom of your breath and emotion, you must be able to detach your abdominal muscles from your back muscles. You must be able to move your spine independently of your abdominal muscles. Your diaphragm cannot drop freely as long as spine and abdomen are like conjoined twins. Play with the image of the old tigress. Imagine a Buddha belly. You won't suddenly become obese. Those of you who have consciously done sit-ups and push-ups also have conditioned relationship to your stomach muscles to your spine. Sit-ups and push-ups are not to help your breathing. The best way to recondition this area is to keep going back down onto your belly, observe the organic responses to the deep sigh, and immediately come back onto all fours and apply the picture. Do not try to coordinate or impose, just picture. Step 2. Practice the spine movements, always starting with the tailbone, with this thought. Tailbone drops, belly drops, breath flies in. Then tailbone goes up, spine arches down, breath escapes all along the spine on. Run your mind quickly through the vertebrae on each movement. Sit back on your heels. You are now going to add sound to these movements. Read the instructions first and then follow them step by step. Your tailbone will drop and the breath will fly in as the spine rounds. As the tailbone goes up, let it create the touch of sound. Ha, ha. As soon as the lumbar vertebrae move, close your lips on an hum. Let the hum travel along the vertebrae of your spine as it arches. When the final vertebrae, your skull, comes up off the end of your spine, you will find that the vibrations escape. Ah. Tailbone drops, belly drops, breath flies in as the spine rounds. Ha, ha. In the tailbone as it rises. All along the spine. Ah. As the skull lifts up, leaving the jaw behind. Repeat on ascending pitches. Sit back on your heels. When you do this again, add a playful picture. Your spine is a toy railroad track, and hum is the train. You start the engine in the tailbone. Ha, ha. As soon as your lips close on the hum, the toy train travels swiftly along the railroad track, not skipping any ties, and at the end of the track, your top jaw lifts up and the toy train flies out of the wild blue yonder. Don't hold on to it. Let it go. Immediately return to the tailbone station for the next hum train trip. Repeat the exercise with the same picture. Enjoy it. Smile if you can as the hum train flies out of the wild blue yonder. This will lift your cheeks and open your soft palate. As the vibrations release with your skull rising off your bottom jaw, stretch and release your tongue 3 times to prove you are not using it for the sound. You can picture the hum train flying off into the distance while your tongue waves goodbye. Step 3. The squat. Tuck your toes into the floor and rock yourself back into the squatting position. Your feet should be far enough apart so that the soles be flat on the floor. Put your hands together and push your knees away from each other with your elbows. Drop your head onto your clasped hands. Feel your tailbone sinking down toward the floor and feed a deep sigh into your hip sockets that releases out along your spine. Let the sigh sound. Now gently stretch one leg to the other side, out to the side. Massage the leg muscles. Point and flex the foot. Encourage the leg to elongate. Imagine that your mouth is in your foot and breathe in and out on a whispered k, k, to stretch the soft palate. The picture to play with here is one of the sole of your foot as a mouth and as your leg as your throat while you widen the actual outgoing throat channel. Keep your outstretched heel on the floor, then shift your pelvis toward it, bending that knee. The opposite leg stretches out to the other side. Repeat the in and out soft palate stretching on a whispered k. Moving from one leg stretch to the other, breathe in on k and sigh out on ha la la la, as though the sound runs from foot to foot through your legs. Come into the middle of the squat once more and sigh the sound out over your spine, as if your mouth would be in the back of your neck. Float your tailbone up toward the ceiling and gently uncurl until you are standing. Shake your legs out. Shake the sound down through your legs. Speak a speech, a poem, or some text on all fours in the squat while shaking your legs out. Let the words release through the movements. When you come back to standing, maintain an awareness of the connection to your lower body. Practice daily. Workday 9. Throat awareness. The open throat chasm. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. We have become aware of the jaw, the tongue, and the soft palate as component parts of the channel through which sound travels. Intrinsically, the throat is the major portion of the channel. In dealing with the soft palate, you have also been dealing with the throat. When you yawn, the stretch is not restricted to the soft palate, but affects a mass of pharyngeal muscle as well. I should refer to it as the pharynx from now on. But since pharynx is not a word in common usage, I shall use the word throat, meaning the part of the channel that runs behind the soft palate from the height of the nose down to the collarbone. The throat contains the larynx and provides the primary resonating cavities in the spaces around, above and below it. The back wall of the throat is lined with muscle tissue that reacts to changing pitches with a toning response that tunes the throat cavity to give resonating feedback appropriate to that pitch. The resonating aspect of the throat will be explored more fully in the next chapter. Here, the interest is in the throat as part of a free channel for sound. The main working point here is the sharp angle at which the throat passage turns into the mouth passage. If the soft palate is lacy and the tongue tense, this angle quickly becomes jammed. Behind and below this corner, the throat should be pictured, for working purposes, as a wide, unblocked passage all the way down to the diaphragm in the pelvic floor. The less interest taken in the larynx, the better. The only work to be done with the throat at this point is to clear the angle at which a traffic jam can occur, stimulate the sensations of spaciousness, and explore a more direct and freer connection with the breathing centers as channel frees. Step 1. Lengthen the front of your neck so that your head is as far back as it will easily go without collapsing into your shoulders. See how the picture of the channel changes in this position. There is now a straight column through which breath or sound can flow unimpeded from the pelvic floor to the sky. No corners to turn, no traffic jams. In this position, sigh out a whispered, ah. Then, using the back of the neck, bring the head up on top of the spine. Visualize the shape of the column now as the head is up, and sigh from the breathing centers as a whispered, ah. When the breath is back, it is almost impossible to use the throat to support the sound. The breath must take over. You can, in this position, have a very distinct impression of the connection with the deepest breathing areas. When the head comes up again, maintain that impression so that the connection is graphically clear as you release breath into the whispered ha, and realize that despite the angle the breath must now follow, there still need be no interference in the throat. Step 2. Lengthen the front of your neck as before. Think of the tongue and jaw as belonging to the front of your body, and the soft palate and skull to the back of your body. Picture a wide chasm between your front and your back, as the very bottom of the chasm is a warm pool of vibrations. Release the vibrations from the pool through the chasm like a geyser. Ha! The throat remains totally uninvolved. The impulse for sound should be felt springing powerfully from a center of energy down below. Lengthen the neck up on top of the spine, the head floating on top. Leave the jaw hanging loose. The chasm changes its shapes but does not close. Release the vibrations from the unchanged warm pool of vibrations below. Ha! As you continue to relax the throat and remove its ability to support sound, you should find your connection with the centers of your breathing becoming clearer. These breathing centers become energy centers. Repeat the first part of this step, but this time focus your attention both on the starting point of sound deep in your body and on the spot on the ceiling, or in the sky, to which you want the vibrations to travel. Release ha from the central pool of energy vibrations and picture an unbroken stream of sound following all the way up through your body, through the chasm, through the air to your chosen arrival point. Bring your neck and head up. Don't let the channels close. Pick a spot straight ahead of you, on a person if possible, and release vibrations from the warm, central store to that spot. With your neck and head back, imagine the pool of vibrations with color. If a color does not immediately occur to you, try blue. Release a long blue stream, ha, of blue vibrations to paint the ceiling blue or to join the sky. Bring your neck and head up. Release your vibrations of color, perhaps in this position they change color, to paint the wall or the person opposite you. Ha. Repeat any or all of the tongue, soft palate humming exercises in conjunction with 1. Your increased connection with the breathing energy source, 2. Your awareness of a relaxed throat, and 3. The colors and the vibrations of sound if they stimulate you. The use of colors help initially to bring some extra life into the sound. The mind and the imagination will be more actively involved and the sounds will have some specific content. They will not be vibrations for their own sake. If you begin to use your imagination in this way, you may find that different colors evoke different feelings in you. Experiment to discover which are more peaceful, which more stimulating. But make sure you visualize them centrally, connecting with your feeling in the solar plexus and the sacral plexus. You can get lost in inventive doodling if the colors emanate from your head. Practice. Incorporate this awareness into your daily practice.